wonder right now what Echo's gonna do, and it seems like they're going for what they know. Fred Carly's back on Fred in here, and a swap once more with the jungle.
Little swapperoo.
Okay. they picked up the Akai, Terizla. I'm gonna go nuts if Echo decides to go for an Ixia.
That's a steal. That's a steal right away.
Oh, okay. They go with the Lilia Exborg. It's nice against Akai and Terizla. Please do not pick Ixia on the side of Echo. But if MNNE decides to go for something like a Brody or an Irithel and bans out the remaining marksman second phase and lets Echo pick up the Ixia, I think this sets up a great draft once again for MNNE.
I agree. Mr. Imba DJ here
Oh, no,
coming
fine.
up
They
with the
pick it up
extra.
themselves. Okay.
All right,
Because there's no counter anymore. There's no counter unless Echo again goes for Rafaela on JP. But I don't think that's happening.
It's going to be very difficult to reach this Iksha if you're Rafaela. Maybe JP can go back on the Cho here. Because right now, if you're just going straight up 5v5, that's two huge walls that you're going to have to fight against.
That's true.
So
that's true. A panda and a walking muscle.
So if you're Echo, you have to go from the back or
Yes.
somewhere in the middle.
Somebody that can snipe out the Ixia in the backline. But your main issue is that you're rocking an Exborg and a Lilia alongside a Fredden.
Yeah.
These three are monsters in front. But if you are going to focus on that area, you still beg the question, how are you going to deal with the Ixia, right?
Yep. There you go. So right now on the draft index, really showing early game is a priority here, or sorry, late game is priority here for MNNE with how they want this setup to happen. But again, we are going to have to see whether or not what's up with the Echo draft right now, who seem to be lacking in almost any major thing.
Oh yeah, they severely lack like the damage that they need, specifically on the early game. Although I would say, even though they don't have the right damage, it's still annoying to play against these three heroes.
Yeah.
Because it's like playing with a red ping. You know, you just get controlled, locked down 24/7, but you still have to consider, do you have enough damage? I like this Rafaela and Florin man because it removes the healing factor as well as the mobility from the Rafaela. So it does put MNNE into a position where you have to solve this problem wherein you are facing a Frederick, a Lilia, and an Exborg in the front line. Maybe again a Faramis pickup coming out from Lancy, but I'm not gonna be surprised if they go with something different. Oh, okay.
Oh.
I was just gonna say it could come out from the support position or the roam position.
There it
And
is,
now
yeah.
Spider Miles is flexing his muscles.
Oh, okay.
There
The
it is.
Kaja and the carry locked in here too to round out
So-
the lineup for Echo.
I'll just bring this up because I feel like the Diggy is gonna face off against almost pure damage.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of crowd control here for Echo, except for the Divine Judgment, obviously, and the taunt.
Yeah, Echo has a good way of dealing with the Diggy, but I don't like this during team fights because with the Time's Journey, carry does not deal that same amount of damage.
Oh, you're defending more for the defense.
Yes, so I would have wanted more for the Beatrix because it does give them more with the Kaja alongside the Exborg, but the carry provides you the late game. You are able to kind of like match up the late game of the Ixia. I'm not gonna be surprised if Karita pops up here on MNNE or the Faramis, because again, you just need to sustain front line. So they go with the Faramis still. It's insane team fight presence from MNNE because you have a lot of ways of sustaining your heroes. But my main concern is if JP pops off with this Kaja, you don't have the great of a recovery tool on the side of MNNE. This could just be a snowball game for Echo.
It's crazy too because in a similar way, just you take out the Florin, right? So you don't have the heals, but they still have like double utility for them. It's
The
like the Nether
shields.
Realm of the Time's Journey. You know?
Again, this is MNNE going for an unkillable lineup. They're
Yeah.
trying to go for it. And draft index very similar from the previous game where, yeah, 0 burst, but we know there's damage there. They're drafting a very, for the lack of a better term, sticky lineup. A very in-your-face, stick-together lineup here. They don't need that burst because they're just going to whittle down. They're going to exhaust the enemy team of everything they have. And then it's the battle of attrition. They win it.
Yeah.
They win the battle of attrition.
It's gonna be an interesting, interesting team fight approach for both teams. But I would say a more direct lineup again is MNNE, but this time around, Echo has a lot of creative ways that they can utilize in facing MNNE composition this time around.
And this is something that we're going to see if it boils down to whether or not we'll see KZen and Carl TC battle it out once more for the Retribution steals, or will it be more on the team fights? Let's load up into game number 2 here and see what's going to be different here for MNNE versus Echo.
Again, on the line here, would be great for MNNE EVOS and their fans, of course, if they can sweep Echo here. That would secure them those 3 points that they desperately need to get a chance into the playoffs here. Real quick, looking at the emblems.
Wait, is Betty rocking an assassin emblem on a carry?
It seems so. It seems so.
Yeah.
And the firmness and the tenacity as well.
Yeah, you just want to sustain. It's become popular nowadays, like with the carry and the Claude, to just have sustain in the early game, because you are waiting for that 2-item power spike with the Corrosion, the DHS, or maybe the Golden Staff. You're just waiting for those timings, and you want to be able to protect yourself in the early game. That's why firmness has been a really, really good choice for both the carry and the Claudes.
Yeah, get that early game into your pockets. Nothing crazy on the itemizations just yet.
And leg plates, by the way, on the carry. So just
Oh,
physical
yeah.
defense all
Yeah.
across the board.
Oh, I know. Sanford.
No.
Gonna get locked down here. Not gonna be able to escape that one. First blood going to the hands of Lord JM. KZen.
Guys,
Where
does
it
this
needed to
look
be.
familiar?
It does.
It looks familiar.
It looks very familiar.
No, Carl Deese is next.
Oh, this
Screw
is
Turtle.
bad.
Carl Deese is next.
Yeah, he'll be
Oh,
fine.
he'll be fine, yeah. I think so.
He'll be fine, you know.
Lacking burst though, but then again, we are seeing MNNE forcing down onto the XP lane early on so that he won't get the ultimate, and maybe they'll get a better time on the turtle, which is happening right now. Well, the Carl TZ very close by as well.
It's a penalty zone on
Yeah.
Lord
Yeah.
JMAR.
Oh, Lord JM gonna jump in, finding Carl TZ, takes quite a bit of
Oh
damage
my
himself.
goodness.
He's in trouble here, still
He's low.
healthy
He's
for
low.
now. Prisoner's Wrath gonna come down. KZen secures it though. Lancey trying to get out of there, will fall to Sanji, and there's the last insanity. Lord JM goes down as well. They get the turtle, but they give up 2. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, JP will survive.
From the looks of it, MNNE actually got some good stuff as well from the bottom lane, forcing JP to go back, and Benny Cutie as well.
Wow. MNNE
Who's
highest KDA.
Really?
47 team KDA in S12. I mean, it's really crazy, but Echo, however, did win that team fight.
Yeah, MNNE more like Kill
Oh my
Nana.
goodness, KZen AR is getting all the minor objectives out of this game. I mean, even though Echo won that team fight,
Yeah.
I would say still victory goes to MNNE EVOS, because the lineup of Echo is meant to do that.
That's a
their-
very, yeah, that's true.
Their composition can actually deal with MNNE EVOS, but you just let the Tigers run away with a free turtle. I mean, it's not free, but they got a turtle.
And Doming also secured that Corrosion Scythe so early.
Yep.
So that means that the Gold Lane's also having a fun time here, even if he's not joining the team fights.
And that's the kind of scary part, right? Because right now, if you're Echo, you're really going to want to play around JP. You're really going to want to find these divine judgments. But MNNE EVOS so far has done a fantastic job at being where they need to be, right? In terms of the map space, the pressure that they're putting themselves. And also the fact, too, once again, that you have the Diggy just kind of protecting Domain.
Yeah.
That's great, right? I mean, that's exactly what they need to do to take this to where then you put the game in Domain's hands later on, you know, towards that late game, where you're just really banking on a full barrage doing the majority of the damage.
Just imagine, right? Like, Echo, if you don't find the Divine Judgment, you try to go all in against Doming AR, but you're faced with Heavy Spin, Nether Realm, Time's Journey. Like, the only way for Echo to actually take down Doming is with the Divine Judgment. Unless Doming messes up his position, but all throughout regular season, I mean, there were maybe 2 or 3 times I've seen Doming out of position, but it's hard because Doming has always been consistent with his positioning in team fights.
And after you try to go, you get through these layers, right, of these sustains, and then you get reverse time back, and you get penalty zone back on the counterplay, which is what Echo...
No, the flicker back.
And
Was able
Domain
to
didn't
flicker
die.
back.
So that's what we were
boy.
talking about. Lancey was there to help him out with the Nether Realm, so he's able to survive JP using that Divine Judgment. Meanwhile, rest of the team going to be fighting here for the second turtle of this game.
And a battle that happening as well on the bottom side of the map means MNNE's fighting on both fronts. Being answered immediately, I think we have to go bottom side on the camera here.
Oh, no, okay, so they get the turret, but both are going to go down here. Now let's focus on the turtle fight. Bot lane handle. There's the heavy spin going for it, and it's going to be Lord JM that secures the turtle for MNNE. Now Carl Teasy trying to flicker out from that Appraiser's Wrath. Sanji now joining the fight. And the rest of MNNE trying to get out of here. Sanford, Lord JM going for it. 1 versus 1. Going to flicker out. Sanford will live.
Flickers and resources being traded between both of these teams. I gotta say, the bottom side, I thought it might have been more MNNE-sided, but JP, Benny Cutie got ahead of that.
I would say that was a greedy play. Coming out from MNNE, it was like, you wanted to get the golden turret when they were contesting turtle. On paper, that was the right call. But with information that they had, they should have just backed off because they've already secured the turtle, especially when they saw heroes rotating towards bottom lane. But still, they are winning the economy battle versus Echo. Doming AR is still scaling with his Ixia. And there still exists the problem of how you actually fight directly into MNNE. However, Echo has a chance of changing the dynamics of the team fights, because now you have the slows coming out from Sanford and the Lilia. The Ice Queen 1 has already been picked up now for the export.
Again, the props of Echo is raw damage, right?
Ouch.
If that damage sinks in, that time's journey could be negligible later on because of just how much boom potential you have.
The boom.
Oh, boom!
Oh, there's the Divine Judgment. They're already going to get the flicker around. Lord JM going to jump in with the penalty zone. Tanks quite a bit of that damage. Kizan trying to make his way with Spider Miles, but they're going to dodge this last Insanity as well. Carl T's going to use that Razor's Wrath. They're missing the spells here. Still going to be going. Carl T's going to get dragged back. There's the heavy spin from Kazin. They find the goat. They lock him down.
Wasn't that exactly what I said? You're going to get reverse timed after you do everything, and then you go down.
It's hard for Echo to actually fight into MNNE EVOs. Like, again, this is the sad reality that they are living in. They have the Divine Judgment. They actually had the right call to go on to Lancy AR earlier on, but they don't have the burst damage. You don't have the Beatrix with the snipe, with the Bennett's Rage. You only have a carry.
That's
and
right.
He was not even there.
It's so hard to use that carry right now in these situations.
Okay, another turtle. That's 3 now in the hands of MNNE.
Yep.
Great effort on these turtles, able to secure all 3 of them. That's what we talked about before we even started this series up. And right now, MNNE's doing it. You know, they are giving it to a team that is used to pretty much dominating these early objectives.
But again, the main difference of game number 2 is that even if MNNE EVOS continuously scales up, even though they are the better lineup, Echo has a lot of ways of taking the team fight away from MNNE EVOS. They have the Divine Judgment. JP is a walking win condition, even in late game. Because in the late game, it does not matter if you have a carry, because actually carry deals more damage than Beatrix in late game. So you do have the damage that is needed to take down your targets. But they have to find an angle. They have to find these creative approach. And MNNE EVOS has not slipped up their position. Even though Lancy AR was caught in the middle lane earlier, it's fine. He's a Paramis.
And I hope that Echo aren't getting too comfortable with how things are going right now. Because we haven't actually seen Domeng in a full-on team fight. We haven't seen the power of the full barrage yet.
Yeah.
In full effect.
You see the power of that Diggy,
The Diggy, man.
Those bumps.
These buddies of death.
Yeah. I mean, most of these damage is being soaked up by JP, but that's just it. Like, it's not even just about the damage. It's the poke that Echo has to deal with before they can actually start the fight. And also additional information that is being given to MNNE EVOS, because every single time that you step into those bunnies, they see your position, like who got hit.
Info.
Wherever JP is, because JP most likely is gonna be the one to tank up those bunnies, but the Kaja's position is also important. So they don't have any choice. It's either JP or Carl Teasy.
Yep.
So you're coming into these fights, you're not 100%. You gave away so much info. The Dinky pick really making the mark here.
Yeah. Oh my, MNNE EVOS, they're just controlling the map really, really well. Now they send Kazan AR to the Lord. And again, go to the opposite side of the map. You are playing to scale. You're not essentially forced to take the Lord now. You're just in a position where you are allowing Doming AR to propel into that late game.
Not only that, too. Now we're in the territories of these lords here. Like I said, so far, MNNE EVOS has done a great job with the turtles. They obviously have this upper advantage that they can work with. for this first Lord take. You can even see it, right? They're going to go ahead and just park
They
Benny Cutie
see the carry.
on the top
We're
side. They
aggressive
got
right
the
now.
information they needed. Lord's still quite healthy, though. Benny Cutie going to go ahead and rotate over. That's also the black shoes already being used by Sanji. You can see the pressure MNNE is going to go ahead and put around
the
this Lord,
reset.
but it's going to reset.
Reset right now. MNNE definitely better position. Conceal using
JP.
JP. They
gonna
fight
jump in.
Doming.
Oh, Netherrealm!
Win, but the Netherrealm going to come through. Penalty zone to
Oh
follow.
my
Sanford,
God!
there's the full barrage. Can't get anybody just yet, but Sanford Immortality going to go down. Kazin on the run. Was one hit away. Stayed alive, though. Oh, that was tough.
Did you see how close that was? Flicker Netherrealm. Doming was 1 HP when he got inside the Netherrealm. Clutch save by Lancy.
I for sure thought he was going to go down. And then it came out NetherRealm. It was like, oh my god.
One line. One line of HP.
Good
Carl
effort from
Teasy.
JP.
He's going to be held back. Oh, Lord's going to reset, though. Carl Teasy will find Lancy. Gets a kill with his Appraiser's Wrath. Sanford
At what
gonna fall.
cost, though?
He's going
Revenge
down.
strike gets Carl Teasy. He's out of the picture. It's only JP, Benny Cutie, and Sanji left alive here. Still going to be working through. Lord's going to be
Benny.
worked on. Kazin has the retribution. JP being forced out of the area. Benny Cutie winning patiently. What's he going to do? He just watches the Lord get takes. He has to go back to base.
Oh, that was such a crazy sequence by MNNE EVOS. Yes, Lancy AR did die in front of Carl Teasy, but the cause was he was taken down as well, and MNNE EVOS was able to secure their position inside the Lord, while Benny Cutie was still sitting in the mid lane. He walked towards the Lord area, but at that point, they didn't have any teammates left, as JP in a carry is now no longer able to fight MNNE EVOS.
And while all that was happening, I just have to reiterate, these bunnies just wreaking havoc everywhere.
Exactly. The pokes.
It
the
is
pokes.
amazing. It's so low-key. Obviously, no one's getting insta-killed by these bunnies, but it's huge mark.
Yeah, look at Sanji and JP. They can't even walk up because the bunny is sitting up there.
Yeah.
They can't walk up.
They can't. And now, because of that, MNNE knows exactly where the fights are going to happen.
Yeah, and man, this Ixia pick is really comfortable for Doming AR at the moment. Again, the positioning has always been on point. The slows coming out from the corrosion side, the angles from the full barrage. Doming has been on point in this game.
Yeah. Right now, Doming are relying so well. The communication just, you can feel the comms right now from MNNE.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Isn't going to jump in there. Gets dragged back a little bit.
Ouch.
Takes
Ouch.
quite a bit of damage. He's going to actually be whittled down. There's JP going in. NetherRealm. Full barrage comes through from Doming. The covering fire to keep Kazin alive. Lord can go ahead and work on the top inhibitor turret. It will fall for Echo. MNNE just playing perfectly right now together as a team.
Oh my goodness. MNNE EVOS, for sure, if we could hear the comms, that most likely have been a bait.
Yeah.
Because Kazin, he knew.
Still what you do.
Still had NetherRealm, still had Time's Journey. And instantly, when JP jumped in, full barrage was there.
Oh, man. This Ixia really making his mark here.
Oh!
Are we going to
It
see a
looks-
possibility of a sweep here?
Oh, it looks so close.
That was so close.
Look, I mean, just a couple hits. Look at that from Doming as well. As you
Oh.
see, they are just dismantling Echo right now. Base is fully exposed. MNNE EVOS making a huge just statement in this series.
Yeah, not just in the series, not just with Philippines. This is a statement all across the world. This is how strong PH is. No matter who sits at the top, teams in PH are always neck and neck.
This is currently the top one of the leaderboards versus number 7, ladies and gents. Number 7.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, win probability going over that fast. Actually, it could have actually really ended right there and then.
And I don't know if this is like the answer, like so far, if it's just the double utility, like the layering, right? The NetherRealm has been the stable one here, but then you had the Florin from the last game, and now you've got Diggy,
I tell
who
you.
has done multiple things already.
MNNE is the croissant line.
Yeah. This is not protect the king. This is protect Doming.
Layers upon layers upon layers here.
The croissant gameplay.
Croissant gameplay.
Croissant. MNNE EVOS croissant.
That croissant.
Well, once again, if they can secure themselves this Lord here, we'll most likely see them march into the base and
Yeah.
put pressure to end this in a sweep.
Look for the bait.
They got to be careful, though. We've seen Echo turn things around in creative ways before.
Eyes on JP, eyes on Benny.
They don't have any vision on
Here
top of
it is.
AR. They're gonna see JP
JP
walk up, and they still don't see Iksha.
Oh.
They know he's there. Kazin gonna find a lockdown on JP. Here comes the rest of the team. Lord's gonna be worked on by Carl TZ. Kazin secures it with a full barrage. Lord JM jumps in with the penalty zone. He's whittled down. He will still be alive with another realm on top of it. And MNNE Evos
That's it.
marching
That's
forward.
it.
That's gonna be most likely it as they make their way
That's
to
it.
base. Benny Cutie can't stop the full force of the
Doming,
Tigers.
Doming.
They're holding on the best they can. Benny Cutie will fall. It wasn't enough, but it's only JP, and MNNE Evos will sweep Echo.
And against all odds, MNNE ended with a sweep. This winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. The whole ball is going insane right now.
Whew. What a perfect piece of the puzzle to fall in place here for MNNE Evos on their journey to securing themselves that playoff spot. This is exactly what they needed. This is better than what a lot of people thought they would probably even get
A sweep
against Echo.
Echo. Echo now suffered 2 sweeps in a row, and to think that MNNE Evos is the one to deliver that second sweep, nobody would have guessed this would happen.
I agree. I never would have guessed that.
Imagine if you were just tuning in and you see this, you'll be like, what?
What just happened?
What? Did I miss the biggest upset of the season?
I mean, you can see too. Like Echo, they're probably scratching their heads too. Like what
just happened?
What happened with the lineups that we were facing? Right? I mean, I was saying it. There's basically a theme there with both lineups that MNNE Evos drafted, and I'm now wondering, is that part of the kryptonite to Echo here?
We'll find out. But you know what else we'll find out? Maybe there's a chance that we'll see MNNE in MPLI on November 15 to 19. Witness the top 4 MPL Philippines teams compete in the only tournament to watch in which a PH team has yet to dominate.
Yet. You keep
Not yet.
words. Yet.
We'll get there.
Hey, if it is MNNE Evos, whoever it is, whatever the 4 teams are, Midnight put it well, right? This is the best region in the world, and you have currently. Sorry. No, I'm still saying it's the best region in the world, and whatever happens, those 4 teams are obviously going to be a huge threat to finally the MPLI title, right?
We got the world trophies right there.
Yeah, we do.
Right at the backstage if you don't believe us.
I mean, even if you win MC, there's still 3 M series to go to. You have to go through 3 M series. I mean, for Indonesia too, because they have only one. You have one.
They got one.
They got one. So.
That's good. The first one.
3 years.
3 years.
3 years.
The first one.
After 3 years, come back, then say PH year is no more.
Yeah, but
That's
here we go
allowed.
again.
That's a
Here we
quota.
go again, right?
That's a quota.
Then it's allowed.
It seems we always talk
That's
about.
a fact. Come on.
It is a fact.
Oh yeah,
That
that's
is
what I'm
true.
saying. It's a fact
We
that
completely agree.
makes it allowed.
But yeah, this always happens when we talk
Midnight.
about international tournaments, MPLI, all that stuff happening very soon. M5 happening right here on our doorstep.
Can I just say, all the MPL and all the tournaments going on, the finals have been amazing so far. And I don't
Amazing.
expect anything less, obviously, from people are probably keeping an eye on MPL idea right now too. But there's been so many best of 7 grand finals going 7 games. I feel like this is the, hopefully. I don't want to jinx it or anything, but I'm hoping that we have it as well.
7-game finals.
7-game finals, not just here, but everybody else that's battling it out.
Yeah.
Because then it will really be like this season, the year of the best, I feel like, just globally.
It was interesting because that was also the case with season 11. Like almost all grand finals went 4-0.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing a different sequence where almost all finals go the distance.
Yes.
And to put it in contrast, that's how unbelievable this result is from MNNE Evos.
Yes.
2-0 sweep
Against Echo.
against Echo. I mean, I would understand if MNNE Evos won 2-1
Yeah.
versus Echo, because that was the same result that happened in the first head-to-head, even though Echo won that fight. But 2-0, man.
Okay, let's put it here. With that 3 points, MNNE is now ahead of Omega and ONIC. And they are now
Sitting at
number 5.
Yeah, there you go.
And they have how many more games this weekend? Do they only have 1 matchup left?
I think they have one more.
Or is it 2?
I think they have one more. They have one more.
Man, this is...
If they sweep that, I think they're secured playoffs. I think.
I mean,
16 plus 3, they're going to be tied with Blacklist.
No. Sorry. Never mind.
So, yeah, 19
There's still
points.
a lot of things.
there's
to
still a
it.
lot.
We can talk about that later.
Tomorrow we have 4 matches too, so you
Oh
know.
my gosh, I just remembered. We'll talk about that later on, obviously, but right now we want to see these winners right on stage. It's MNNE Evos with Marakino.
Thank you, casters. All right, everybody, give it up for MNNE Evos. Ang galing kasi with that sweep, that 2-0, umakyat sila ngayon ng fifth place. With 16 points, di ba? 16 points. Let's give him a round of applause. 5th place na. So you're getting safer and safer to become part of the playoffs. Pero, ang naging safe dito, doon mismo sa game number 1 pa lang, etong si Lord JMAR, dahil ikaw yung nakabantay kay Benny Cutie. Game 1 pa lang, ang Echo, they've been trying to split push. Pero lagi kang nandun, nakatutok. Was this part of your game plan dahil known si Benny Cutie ng ganon? And because of that, you guys were successful.
Ano po kasi, wala pong magsisegue, magde-def po sa amin. At saka ako lang po yung makakasustain. Tsaka po alam din po namin yung gameplay ni Benny na nagsisegue po. Kaya po, prepare po kami sa ganun.
And kudos to you dahil napaka-effective. Actually, curious ako. Before coming to today, maybe si Coach Yan can give us an insight. Coach! Coach! In the beginning kasi, syempre, there were a little bit of struggles with MNNE. And you're facing the world champion na isang beses pa lang before this game na natalo. And then, pumasok kayo, needing points. Paano nyo nasigurado na walang intimidation to sa players nyo because every point counts from here on forward?
Binibigay namin sa mga player namin na kahit sino kalaban namin, pantay-pantay lang yung tingin namin. Walang malakas o walang mahina.
And how did you motivate them before coming to today? Paano nyo sila na-motivate bago pumunta dito? Paano nyo sinigurado na all out sila today?
Bago, everyday naman ang scrim namin kahit sa scrim or mock draft namin, lagi kaming handa. Hindi kami nagsasabi na parang ma-intimidate sila sa kalaban.
At ang galing kasi napatumba nyo ang ating world champs. Kayo na ang pangalawang nakatalo sa kanila. Let's give them a round of applause. And now it's time to announce our match MVP. Let me hear some names. Okay, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Domeng, once again. Domeng, bukas ang inyong huling laban. Ito talaga ang laban to see if you will secure the playoffs. Ano yung mindset nyo mapunta bukas at meron ka bang gustong sabihin para sa inyong kalaban for tomorrow?
Momentum na to. Maganda sila bukas, dudurugin namin sila.
Oh! Actually, gusto ko rin malaman kay Banoobs. Banoobs, ONIC ang kalaban nyo bukas. May konting history kayo. Nag-end yung round 1. Medyo may mga sinabing hindi maganda. So, pwede kayong bumawi bukas. In fact, ngayon, naunahan nyo nga yung ONIC sa ating standings. Ano ang gusto mong sabihin kay Boss A?
Manalangin na lang sana siya na manalo sila sa mga next matches nila. Kasi pag hindi sila nanalo, yun yung pinakamasarap na revenge.
Ooh, and we're gonna see tomorrow with their final match for MNNE Evos. Once again, let's give them a round of applause. It is now time to take your bow and take your walk of victory. What a game for MNNE Evos. 2-0 ang kanilang kalaban. At dahil dyan, nakakuha sila ng 3 puntos. Paakyat na sila ng paakyat to secure their way to the playoffs. Ngayon, hihimayin natin ang ating laban. Babalikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
There you go. Congratulations to MNNE Evos. Again, folks, if you just tuned in, MNNE Evos, this just in, they swept Echo, the world champions. They're 7th place, no, dead last after TNC. So anything can happen right now, and we'll find out how that happened by breaking it down, Mr. Midnight himself.
Well, MNNE Evos kept their tab. That's a bus. That's a bus gameplay. And they kept their momentum in check. They kept their composure. They kept their scaling towards that late game. And they kept in check the young goat of Echo as KZN AR secured many objectives away from Echo. And we saw the series MVP earlier on with Doming AR performing really well on the gold lane. But in this specific game, the saves that comes out from Lancey AR just allowed MNNE Evos to constantly fight without any worry, and also baiting out the reinforcements and the re-engage from Echo to allow Doming AR a good angle with the full barrage. Once again with the Paramis, the COD, the Lightning Truncheon into the Divine Glaive, the damage was there. They were not just playing the Paramis for just the save factor. They were also banking on the fact that they have a secondary damage dealer, and the way that they played these fights, even though Echo were able to get some kills, they are just focused on the objectives, effectively ensuring that KZN AR is able to jungle really well. Cardazy not being able to sort of like make a control on the jungle area of MNNE Evos. And that just equalizes the game. And when the game is equalized in terms of jungle control, you start looking into lanes. And when you start looking into lanes in this game, you're seeing that Doming AR has been always up ahead compared to Benny QD. And that is the main game plan of MNNE Evos. When the Lord dances came around this time, it's not about how long you can engage into Echo. It's about what spells do you actually use to make sure that Echo cannot fight into you. And again, Lord JMAR is always on top of Cartezy. KZN always baiting out these spells. Lancey using the Netherrealm to save his teammates. And after that, the crucial full barrage. That is the entire game plan of MNNE Evos. Again, front line, protect Doming AR, catch these tank and jungler heroes for the side of Echo, and land the full barrage. Every single one of them were playing for that full barrage of Doming AR. And again, Lancey, specifically, those saves has always been on point, has always been crucial, saving Doming AR whenever he is in danger, and also making sure that there is that aggression from MNNE Evos that Echo cannot deal with, and that is what allowed them to secure this amazing victory on game number 2. Now we're going to be looking at the kill maps of Lancey AR. Assists are what is most crucial here, and the target selection for MNNE Evos has always been the same. Like the frontliners, JP, Cartezy, these two are the most important heroes on the map, especially during objective takes. With the Turtle, with the Lord, these two heroes need to go down. Remember that JP and Cartezy will always be together when the Lord is near 5k HP. That is the time they engage. Instead of going for the Lord, they turn. This is what they call the Lord turn of MNNE Evos, doing it against Echo and Cartezy. And in these moments, it's hard to deal with those with that gameplay, because this time around, he's no longer in a Kai. He does not have heavy spin. He does not have any form of disengage. And even if he can run away, there is that chase factor coming out from Lancey AR, especially with the Wilderness Blessing on the emblem. He is able to chase the Fredrin to a point where the catch is a threat on Cartezy. And add to that the layer of control with a reverse time coming out from Spider-Man's AR with the Diggy. So it has been really annoying for Cartezy to play in this game, especially with the Fredrin having no disengage against these catch on the side of MNNE Evos. When the late game came, the damage was there. The Corrosion Sight, the DHS, the Blade of Despair, and the Malefic Roar. Add to that the attack speed boosts that the Windtalker and the mobility that he gets from the item allowed Doming AR to have fantastic controls in the team fight without having to worry about the physical damage aspect of Benny QD. He did not build into Wind of Nature because, again, he had the Paramis, he had the Netherrealm, and they're always together. That's why 67% on both players. Because the thing is, MNNE Evos, they play sort of like the Ube strategy, wherein they just group up, allow Doming to have a good early game, have fantastic farm, and deal the damage later on to make sure that they are able to fight into Echo, and allowing Doming AR to constantly push forward with the save in mind for the Netherrealm. And that is what happened. That is also why Echo was not able to form any response, any answers against MNNE Evos. It's just because of the sheer composition of the lineup of MNNE Evos that won them in game number 2.
Yeah, and as folks call it, the UBA strategy.
UBA.
Yeah, so.
And there's another one too, isn't it? Like I can't remember if this was like last season, but the Ube.
Yeah, the ultimate.
Ube.
Yeah, the ultimate.
That's Blacklist stuff. So we'll see the next match here. Also going to be very interesting. Another fight for top number 1 here. It's AU Brent versus Omega.
Yep.
Where APBR now they look like they can make top 1 if they can beat us out.
2-6, right?
Yes.
2-6.
Yeah.
Same
2-6.
story as Series 1.
There is importance for AP Bren here, but
Yeah.
also for Omega, who
Yeah.
is also in a similar position that MNNE EVOS was coming into this matchup. So with MNNE EVOS getting a sweep here, obviously this also puts the pressure, the fire under the Brun guy.
That's going to be something, right? So make sure that you don't miss it right here on MPL Philippines Season 12, week number 6. It just gets more intense and more intense as the seconds come here in this matchup. I'm Rockhard. This is Naisu and Midnight. We'll see you for the next one.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco
action. We're just over here at MPL Philippines Season 12. At gaya ng nakita nyo kanina, the question is of course none other than, what's your in-game pose for the week? So, makikita natin yan, of course, for everybody else na nandoon sa loob. And kayo rin, na meron kayong sarili-sarili nyong bakit kung sakaling gusto nyo ng ganyan, kung sakaling gusto nyo ng ganon. Hindi ko alam, kayo nang bahala sa buhay nyo. Basta make sure to share it with, of course, our official hashtag for today, which is none other than MPL PH S12, Matera Matibay. We also have the wall on this other side, if I believe. Kasi meron na kayo dito, sino ang 5 greatest in the lane jungler EXP mid. So, yun na yun, di ba? Lanes, there's so many people here voting for APBR. Meron din Blacklist International. And then what time is it? Of course, supporters from ONIC. And then nandito, of course, ang Echo. Nilatag na, katapat. May pakasar lang ng konti yung minana because of course they won a while ago. But hey, dyan nyo na ilagay kung sali na mapupunta kayo dito sa Shooting Gallery Studios because I do believe that we still have a bunch more in store. Okay, so pagpasok nyo, here at the MPL Arena, we're here at the foyer right now. And makikita nyo ang sandamakmak na merch natin. Usually, we have different teams na meron tayo dito. But for now, it's week 6. We are featuring APBR and of course, Blacklist International. So, pasadaan na natin. Okay, pasadaan na natin. First things first. Okay, hello, madam? Ano tayo ngayon? May pakulo daw si madam eh. So, bibitawan ko yung mic ko, pero hindi siya magsasalita. Ay, hindi ako magsasalita. Bibigyan ko lang siya ng 1 minuto para siya yung mag-explain ng lahat ng mga sinasabi namin, okay? So, pwede kang mag-out muna, tapos ikaw yung mag-voice over. G ka doon?
Yes po.
Sige, G ka doon. Okay. So, ibababa ko muna. 3, 2, 1, go. Hindi, ikaw mag-voice over.
So, ito
okay.
po.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
So yan, yung unang-unang merch is tong jersey ng mga player, which is may pangalan ng player few. Ayan po siya. And yung next po is yung jersey na jogger. Ayan po. So pwedeng combo yan, mga lodi. And then syempre, meron tayong mga t-shirt which is yung color black. And meron ding white. Ayan po siya. So makikita nyo po lahat ng details. Pupunta lang po kayo dito sa Shooting Gallery Studio.
Yan,
Yun
tapos
po.
makikita nyo sila. Okay,
Yes
makikita nyo sila. Tap nyo lang sila. Of course, they'll be more than happy to serve you. And yan, maraming salamat. Sana nag-enjoy ka doon.
Thank you po.
Nalamangan mo ako doon ha. Pero okay lang. Kasi lilipat naman tayo dito ngayon. Okay? Guys, ilalayo ko ng konti ha. Kasi kasama ko nga pala dito, si Niue. Dito siya ngayon. Okay, kasama ko siya dito ngayon. Ang ganda ng pinakita mo kanina. Pero ngayon, so parang sumasideline ka. Ano bang mga ganap natin dito? Pakita mo naman kami. Sige, hawakan ko na to para sa'yo, okay? Hawakan ko na to. Yan, sige. Boss, ano ba meron? What do we have here for Blacklist International?
Meron tayong mga bagong products. Ito yung Blacklist flag.
Oh.
And then yung
Yun.
MSC jacket. Ito yung ginamit sa MSC sa Cambodia.
Ako so cool. Labag mo konti.
Yeah.
Yan, there we go. Okay.
And then yung Season 12 jacket.
On you eh. Para ganap na ganap ka. Yan.
Tapos
Tama.
syempre yung Season 12 na jersey. Meron siyang dalawang klase, white and black colors. And then kung hindi pa kayo nakaka-move on, meron ding Season 10 and Season 11.
Okay.
Available pa rin po siya. Tapos yung pinakamaganda naming shorts, ito po, Blacklist shirt. Pwede sa tag-ulan, pwede rin sa tag-araw.
Yan.
Siyempre yung mga bago natin na keychain o may Venus keychain and Blacklist keychain. Tapos yung light stick namin na sobrang ganda.
Tama. I like it. Okay, so light stick. Sanda, Niue, ano bang masasabi mo sa lahat ng mga merch nyo at syempre, humingi ka ng suporta sa lahat ng mga sa lahat ng supporters ngayon ng Blacklist International.
Ayun, sa lahat ng supporters ng Blacklist International, maraming salamat sa suporta. And yung makikita nyo naman lahat ng merch ng Black Box is sobrang solid, sobrang ganda ng quality, and talagang pinag-isipan namin para sa inyo. So lahat ng merch ng Black Box is para lahat sa mga agents.
Okay. Isang gento lang. Ituro mo lang kasi dito 5, 6, 7, and 1,
Gento!
2, 3. Okay na daw. Okay na. Okay? So makikita nyo ang APBR and of course ang Blacklist International ng kanilang mga jerseys and uniforms together with some of their merch na makikita nyo at the entrance of the MPL Arena. So kung wala pa kayo dito, munti ka na malito kung ano yung mic dito. But hey, it's gonna be super fun. Next up, we have 2 more teams na talagang magbabakbakan kung sino ba ang lalamang in terms of getting a better seeding. Kaya naman wag na natin patagalin pa to dahil magbabalik ang MPL Philippines. See ya!
ang MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos ang isang mahalagang tapatan na mas tumidi pang lalo ang ating mga laban dahil wala nang gustong magpaiwan sa biyaheng M5 World Championship. Ang laban na magdidikta ng kapalaran ng barangay ay mag-uumpisa na kontra sa koponan na gumawa ng kasaysayan at pataasin pa ang tsansa na manatili sa ibabaw ng standings. Ito ang ikalawang sagupaan sa araw na ito. Ang laban ng Smart Omega and AP Brand. Umpisahan na natin ang bakbakan. Casters, pasok!
One team cementing their way on the top standings, and another who is escaping danger right now and trying to climb their way up to the top as well. Who will emerge victorious in this battle of epic proportions? Good afternoon, everyone. Rockhart, this is Leo, Chantel, and this is a clash between Smart Omega and AP Brand.
Because of what happened in the first series today, the stakes are ever higher. I bet that Smart Omega feels the pressure, and I can't wait. I'm honored to be on this desk.
You know what, for the games today, I'm just excited to see how the teams actually prepared because, again, from the intro from Mara earlier, no one is willing to be left behind.
Yes. Hashtag MPL PH S12 Matira Matibay. Yeah. So
Only the sturdy may stay.
the sturdy. Only the sturdy will say. That's a literal translation.
Is it?
Well, probably.
Folks, we're inviting y'all to join and watch MPL Philippines Season 12 playoffs live and on-site. That's right. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner / just go to bit.ly/S12 playoff tickets for more details. For the first time in history, we're going to Quezon City.
QC, bro.
Out of all the seasons?
That's right.
Yeah.
Out of MPL Season 1 to 11?
Yes.
11 seasons.
All right.
12 seasons in?
12 seasons.
Yes, technically 10, but that's kind of passy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because one of them is held in like a really, it's a weird era. It was a weird era. So right now, ladies and gents, the question is, what is at stake here in Omega versus AP Brand? Now, if you watch the previous series, we explained it already. Echo trying to cement that number one where they're trying to get in that position where no matter what anyone does, they'll be on top. But no, because of that sweep by MNNE, this time around AP Brand has a chance to overtake them.
There is a sudden plot twist that none of us saw. I mean, I didn't expect it.
I didn't expect it, to be honest.
Me too. I was actually doing something else and then I heard everyone, oh, MNNE won during that game. So yeah, it's against a very dominating team this season.
Yeah, here are their conditions right now for Omega, just 5 points. Just 5 points, guys. So they have, I think, 2 matches remaining this week. So they need at least 1 sweep and 2-1.
Yep.
At the minimum.
Or 2 sweeps.
That's 2 sweeps would be better, but at the minimum they need that to at least get to their playoffs journey. And right now, AP Brand needs 6 points from the remaining matches to overtake the Orchids.
Yep, going into top 2, basically confirming an upper bracket spot in the playoffs. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, there it is.
Confirm
Top
this
2.
with me. If you're in the upper bracket, you're 2 best of 5s away from M5.
Yes, it's during the second day and then the upper bracket
then you're in the grand
semifinals,
finals.
and then you're already on the grand finals. So see how
Whoa.
it's important for you to be able to finish a top 2 prior playoffs, and at the same time, with that you get to see and understand and study the teams that will play on the first day of playoffs.
That is huge. Like basically a free day of analyzing and just watching your opponents. Speaking of opponents, these are the ones who are facing off against each other. It's PH versus the world. You got Itomax here, very decorated on his own. AP Brand's few, one of the few remaining players, I think only remaining player from Season 1 of MPL Philippines. And of course, there's Hoon from the Ohio Brothers, starting to pick up these accolades as well.
I couldn't imagine 3 different OGs from very
Right,
different
OG.
times to be so similar and so different at the same time.
You know what, if we look at the names, Itomax, Few, and Hoon, a lot of history of MLBB, we have these players as part of it. So all I can say for this 3, it's really a battle of how they will lead or how they are leading their current teams. And for me, it's not really about the hero pool, but also how they adjusted for the teams that they are playing.
That's true. I think the adjustments are huge because I don't know if you guys surprised to see Angela there. Obviously, that's
Right.
because of the adjustment that Itomax had to do. I think a lot of teams right now as well, because of what happened to the emblems, to the items, right? That's why heroes have to evolve as well, which does lead into this really interesting match history we have, where we will see Angela being prioritized by Itomax twice.
Right when this happened, week 3, day 1, this was the beginning of AP Bren's struggle. Right in smack dab in the middle of season 12, AP Bren, you could have sworn this was not the SEA Games winning lineup. This was not the IESF qualifiers winning lineup, not the WEC IESF World Championship winning lineup, because they were getting beat by Omega 3 games down.
Yeah, and speaking of 3 games, look at that. We have, in terms of objectives, 2.67 for the average turtle kills during that game as compared to 0.33. So for Smart Omega to be able to win a game against AP Brand during week 3, day 1, it means that there are some inconsistency with AP Brand's play during that moment that they need to polish for this round for them to be able to secure top 2.
And for the longest time, we've been itching, we've been yearning for this AP brand that we have known and loved for the past how many off-season weeks, right?
But if they win this, I made this an ultimatum for them on a personal level, and I said it on broadcast. If they win this, and if maybe they confirm an upper bracket slot, we can say AP Bren is back.
Oh yeah,
Can
for sure.
confirm.
Definitely.
They are once again ang pinalakas AP Bren.
That's right. So maybe the beast that we were looking for is hiding, right? Just biding their time, waiting to pick up steam to get back and claw their way back into the playoffs. And again, they are fighting for their upper bracket as well, which again, M5, MPLI, it's right on the horizon, just a few weeks / months from now. So these are things that we are very excited about. I hope you guys are excited too, because again, for Omega, it's survival, right? Tied right now with ONIC, near the bottom standings. We'll find out more about these teams as we go to our insider. Let's have a look at the dugout. What's happening around there?
Andito tayo ngayon sa player lounge ng AP Bren, kung saan kasama natin walang iba kundi si Few here on my other side. So Few, kamusta? Kamusta ang takbo ngayon ng season 12 niyo?
Masaya naman kasi nakakabawi na kami kahit paano.
Alright, you love to see it. Now, this season, of course, ang pinaglalabanan yung slots ay ang M5, of course. You want to be part of the World Championship. Pero balikan natin yung mga nakaraan yung naging liga, okay? Kasi from what we've seen, especially sa mga tournaments na naganap, kamailan lang, yung nakalaban nyo noong M2, Burmese schools, although it wasn't part of the same hindi na sila yung same lineup gaya nung nakalaban nyo sila from before, has now made it back to the World Championship. So, ano bang difference nung M2 dati or laruan nyo nung M2 dati compared sa laruan ng M5 ngayon? What's the difference?
Nung sa M2 parang hindi pa masyadong uso yung macro na na laruan. Yung parang team play, Lord Dance, ganun. Walang ganun Sa M2 parang pagalingan ng pindutan lang talaga Kaya uso yung mga assassin nun Kung malakas ka mag-assassin, kaya mo bumuhat ng kamay mo, ganun. Ngayon kasi ano talaga sobrang high level na ng mga macro play, lalo na sa mga objectives, sa turtle, sa Lord pati pag siege.
Alright, I see it. Especially ngayon na tama ka, sobrang pinapahalagahan na talaga yung mga objectives, especially turrets, lords, and hindi na nagmamatter kahit na sobrang galing mo, ikaw ang pinakamalakas na mag-assassin, pinakamabilis na pumindot. And I can see that definitely for M5. And as we all know it, there's so many other chances na napapansin natin ngayon kung saan actually 4 out of the 5 players, isama na natin si Coach Ducky, 5 out of the 6 members ng M2 na Bren ay naglalaro pa rin ngayon. What does that say about your consistency? Kung si Hazeman ay, or rather si Lusty, si Few, and everybody else out there, even si Carl, nandito pa rin. So what does that say about the consistency of you guys na hanggang ngayon naglalaro pa rin kayo?
Ayun, nakakatuwa na kahit hindi namin magkakaampi na pinapatunayan pa rin namin sa sarili namin na kaya pa rin namin maglaro.
Alright, final question, Few. How many members, konting predict lang how many members of former M2 Bren ang makakarating ng M5?
Ang kaya 3
Okay, tatlo.
Ganun siguro. Kung
Tatlo.
sakaling kami, edi dalawa kami ni Flap, tapos sila Carl. Tapos kung kay Larry, sa Omega naman si Ribo. Ayun.
Alright, that's the best case scenario. 3 ang gusto ni Kapitan Few at posibleng 3 nga ba ang makita natin. It's gonna be APBR versus Smart Omega. Casters, kaya naman.
Man, that discussion really threw all of us into a big nostalgia here. Bro, the difference of the landscape between M2 and M5 is huge.
Both on a mechanical level that Ate Chantel here recalls, right? How the map was so different, how mechanically it's so different. And just throwing back, like you were talking about it, you were just screaming your lungs out.
That's
you and our
true.
late friend Rob Luna, we miss you, Rob, forever.
Always.
And I remember those times actually, we actually say that XP lane is literally a dead lane because at times XP lane is activated around the late game and then it shifted into a double fighter set up around MPL Season 3. And then a lot has happened with the current patch and the strategy, and it's very nostalgic to see Few telling the story about that.
What an amazing story. Like you said, right here in the dugout, his former teammate as well. So sometimes we forget that, right? That Rebo is here.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So obviously, I don't think he will be playing right now, though. Yeah, so it's definitely going to be the Omega that has been tried and tested, and so far has garnered a few wins in the previous matches.
It's hilarious that during their little segment, Hans pulled a Freudian slip. He mentioned Hayes, who was not part of the AP Bren, then Bren Sports
so you guys
lineup.
know.
He was technically in Singapore for M2. He was playing for Omega. But still, he has Bren blood in him. He was part of the original lineup when they first won the championship Season 1. So that makes sense.
What a trip down memory lane for us. But I hope for you guys remember that as well. Those are very iconic moments.
That's history.
In MLBB history. So these are things that you really have to kind of keep in the back of your heads here. How old some of these players are. Some from the beginning of the league. They're going to be flashing here.
I thought you're asking how old I am.
No, just kidding. Let's watch these teams as they go onto the stage.
This team has been known for late season playoff runs. We are in Omega timers now. Can they do it again? Hailing from the barangay, it's Smart Omega! After a rough patch, it looks like the Bees have hit their stride. Can they make it back to the upper bracket slot and bring pride to the Hive? Gunning for top 2, it's APBR! And their coaches, Coach Stronger and Coach Friend. MPL Arena magingay para sa Smart Omega versus APBR.
Historically, one of the very iconic matches of MPL Philippines. It's APBR versus Smart Omega.
Now, for Smart Omega, we see again another fresh face with Matt as their jungler. All I can say for Matt is he is more of a objective-centric kind of jungler, but is only effective during the latter parts of the game. So what we like to see from Smart Omega is to somehow back up Matt's confidence at the early game, and at the same time, help Ryota execute those outstanding plays that we see from the previous matches.
They've won so many championships all around the world ever since then. And here tonight against what would some argue their besties in Smart Omega, they're looking to put out their best performance yet because they're again gunning for upper bracket.
Upper bracket here for MNNE Sports. Very critical because they will actually be in the mercy, of whoever Echo will choose off if ever Echo does retain that top 1 spot. And obviously right now, Matt looking really good. Was unfazed once again, put in a trial by fire a few weeks
Right.
back. So
I remember if I was Matt during that time, I'm gonna be super pressured. But yeah, we saw that team head-to-head earlier that actually in terms of gold per minute, it's both same. For Omega and APBR, it's really more on the conversion. And speaking of conversion, it's actually surprising that for Smart Omega, they are the ones on top in terms of kill participation. But the story now lies on the objective taking. So very far, we have 27% for turtle control versus 77%. So it means that for Smart Omega, yes, they win the team fights. Yes, like all out the Mamba play. But the problem here is there's no conversion after those team fights.
Yeah, Smart Omega at their best move as one, as a unit. They follow the Mamba when he makes his 359 IQ plays. But what do you do with that when you can't really turn it into anything else?
Right.
Maybe that's why they're so good during Omega timers, is because once those kills happen, they have like a minute and a half to think of the next thing. So that's the goal here. AP Brent, don't let them get to that point because they need to kind of take time. They need to think of what to do next.
yeah, Omega's so happy to give away these turtles in the early game, then come in the late game. I wonder if that's going to be a factor here. I think Chantel will explain.
Again, both teams are fighting for a better position here in our tournament. And our keys to victory for both Smart Omega and APBR is brought to you by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. For Omega, Matt, show no fear. Again, for Matt, with the experience from MDL and experience from the previous matches for Smart Omega, we could say that this guy has that potential, and this potential can be shown when there is no fear. Again, fear paralyzes and sometimes clouds judgment from other people. So as long as Matt has the support, then it's good for them. Now, for APBR, utilize early aggressive lineup. When we say early aggressive lineup, it's a mixture of both that can do early to mid game, because some of the games that we see, yes, there are early. I mean, we could see the Martis, we could see other heroes that are meant for the early game, but there's no investment plan in terms of the mid game. So as long as they are able to capitalize on those aggressive lineup or early aggressive lineup, then it's good for them. Now, for both, dictate the tempo of the game. Sometimes tempo is not just about having those fast plays, but at the same time, you have to assess whether or not you need to set up a play or you need to somehow halt the rotation for your team. It's really more of assessing what's good for the team and what's not. So these are really important for both of our teams. So who do you think will win and will set up the tempo for that first game?
That's a big question right there. I mean, winning out the early game hasn't always been a Smart Omega priority. 20% turtle contention rate. That means they just don't really give much of a prio there.
But that third key to victory, it makes sense given that we have seen Smart Omega take off like a rocket,
That's
man.
true,
They have put the whole barangay on a V2 rocket. They just went for the moon when they faced off against Blacks International. Second time this season, right? Maybe that's the kind of tempo they want. Maybe that's how Matt performs well against Kyle Teasy.
And speaking of Matt and Kyle Teasy, these are the players that we need to look forward on this game. Looking at statistics, very high for your KDA. And again, this is because for the side of Smart Omega, sometimes there are team fights that everyone is there, but at the same time, there's no kill secured during that moment. And even for the participation, basically the same actually, and the average turtle kills. So for Matt, again, the story of the jungler of Smart Omega now is those retributions are on point. Let's say 15-minute game time, 13-minute game time. So there's a bit of nervousness, I think, for Matt. Now for Kyle Teasy, it's all about the experience.
But that's a funny thing, right? The stats show that Matt has more Lord kills, average Lord
Right.
kills. Maybe it's because of the sample size, he has less games.
Sample size, yes.
Yeah.
But that's interesting because that's better than what I've seen from other newbies, other rookies. coming in the season.
And that's why I put Matt up on such a high pedestal. Since his debut, again, the minute that Marakino handed a microphone to the young Matt, once from
Alright,
MDL.
I remember that.
I love the kid. I love his energy. I love how he's so confident. And I think he's going to have to do that now against, how Chantel put it, the veteran, Kyle Teasy. Can you believe it? Kyle Teasy is now considered a veteran.
No veteran.
Way back season 10, we're calling him prodigy of the TZ legacy.
Yeah.
He was once in the shadow of the great young GOAT, but now he's on his way to being a GOAT himself.
Yeah, once touted as the inheritor of the TZ Blade. We'll see if he's gonna be sharp enough against the new Omega jungler Maz. We load up in the game here. Game number 1, Smart Omega versus AP Brent.
Okay, so we can see right now for Smart Omega, they are really focusing on those flashy type of assassins. Again, let's not forget that Galtizi is one flashy player. Even a Valentina, since, or probably they are prioritizing a specific hero that has good ultimates, hence the Valentina, since we see sometimes that Valentina is actually picked first on the blue side.
Yep.
So Matilda could be an option this time around for AP Bren, just to limit the possibilities on the meta support heroes that we are seeing. I'm thinking about the other hero, maybe even a Baksha or a Fredrin, but yeah, it's not a good trade if they open up Matilda for that.
Yeah, historically, Matt has actually been very classic tank jungler so far, and nothing outlying yet. And he's not a focus of the ban at all, so it's going to be free for all here. Fredrin, Valentina, very high priority rates. Baksha as well. You're very correct, Ms. Chen.
Yep. So right now, it's open season, man. It's the Wild West. It's New
Wild
Jersey.
West.
Anything is allowed at this point. You got Fredrin, you got Baksha, Kaja is out there if you want to. Matilda, oh dear Lord,
Matilda is
Matilda.
open, yeah.
I don't know if I feel that though for the Chak Mamba. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
true. I mean the Mamba has to sting. I mean the zone, more on zone out or maybe sustain, but knowing the capacity of Chak,
They locked it
but
in.
still it's gonna be Matilda. So
it in.
probably for Smart Omega there is also an option for versatility in terms of Matilda, because we saw them sometimes to have 8 to max on the healing somehow type of playstyle. So AP Bren, they could choose either Lancelot for their jungler, even Terizla as their XP lane.
The Riz is actually
high percentage on first 2 picks.
Yeah, Yuzhong as well. These are
Alright.
heroes you love to see in the first rotation, depending on who is playing. Right now, as for Flapteasy, not surprising to see a Yuzhong, but Baksha is going to be a priority.
Oh, wow.
Lilia! That's an interesting pick from Mr. Few here.
We're now living in an era that has Lilia on the second 2 picks. Again, because of the wave clear potential and the spamming of the black shoes. It's as if there's no countdown, cooldown rather, for that.
And they kind of block out the Fredrin. They block out a lot of these utility junglers and frontliners because it's so hard to move in. Basically, Lilia has this weird box that is almost like a real-world manipulation, but it's always up.
Yeah,
It's right in front of you.
You can't really fight the Lilia head on if you're Vat Brethren, right?
It's around you.
Same with the Baksha, because
It's
of this
within you.
reduced healing. So I get what you mean, man. It's like, all right, I dare you. It's like they're daring them.
Oh,
but
Lord.
yeah, there's no Brethren. Akai will be the pick here. Iksha though, for the second game straight, Iksha is being prioritized.
Yeah, even on the other game, right?
Yeah,
So
series.
a lot of potential for this lineup of Smart Omega. Again, good for late game, and actually scales from early to mid. It depends on the rotation of Smart Omega. And by the way, 71% out of 7 picks for Kalkizi on the back shot.
Those are good odds. I like those. I like those numbers. Given that, here's what I was wondering. Why is no one picking the Riz right now? Is the Riz not a thing?
That's
AP
true,
Bren
though. Last season was good, but right now it's not a thing.
prioritizing the dead lane? Uranus puts very little on the draft index for us.
That's true.
Sustain maybe.
Maybe the purpose here for the Uranus is just to find the Iksha. And I mean, although it's very critical in terms of laning, if you're not effective, then there's a possibility for you to be bombarded by the damage of the other team. more on the sustain side, but right now it's a meta of XP laners that has sustain and crowd control at the same time. So yeah, interesting pick for AP Brent.
What this reminds me of is what happened the previous game as well, where MNNE drafted an unkillable lineup, basically.
Oh.
This is a wall. There's the 2 tanks that you can't kill.
Right.
Plus a Lilia that's going to regen. So that's what they're going for here. They don't really have that much damage, though.
Exactly. It'll come down to their choice of gold laner, wherein they put all of their eggs in that basket because AP Brent's still lacking a gold laner and a roamer. And it looks like Smart Omega, Coach Ron, stronger here. They're onto him. They're taking out the Claude. Are we expecting them to take out the,
Bea?
They don't want the Irritel. Yes, I'd say it's the Beatrix. Even a Clint. I think a Clint would be comfortable here.
Actually, all marksmen that has critical damage, or that
And Irrifel as well. Yeah, Irrifel is actually something that maybe a lot of teams actually prioritize now. So we'll have to look into that even more. And so far, AP Brent looking like they're taking time on this ban. That's interesting.
Oh, so it's
Oh, really?
interesting. So they're just opening up the Rizla this time.
Yeah.
They would rather deal with the Riz.
What if for Smart Omega they pick Xborg instead of Terizla just for the 2 damage? But it's difficult because of the Lilia. So
Yeah, right? Good luck, right?
just because of the Lilia pick, a lot of the heroes has been negated
Yep.
because of the burst damage.
Coach Bren. Coach Bren, he's onto something.
He's suited for Bren because he's Bren. Yeah.
It's perfect.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
You know it's
That's
Sap. That would have been a good roamer. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, just adding the sustain, right? The speed. Man, they're going to have some need for speed here for AP Brent if they had a Wrath.
By the way the draft is looking, I'm going to say it right now, these team fights are going to be weird. These team fights are either going to last a long time or will end in a snap.
That's true, depending on how Itamax and, and Chaklu plays this one out.
You know what? It's actually nice for AP Brent if they pick Faramis as their boss fight, but we haven't seen that much. But they talk about the longer team fights and then you have continuous burst.
Oh, yeah.
Why not, knowing that they do that both at the same time? Oh.
Whoa there, all right.
Not to mention, folks, bear with us. We're going to get back into the draft here.
Let's load it right,
All right.
there. There you go.
Not to mention,
What was that sound?
I don't know.
Do you guess?
All right, I was going to say, Diggy's still out there, folks.
Minotaur.
What the?
Oh, that's fine. That's
Talk
fine.
about sustain, the healing and crowd control.
Never mind.
That's all as tanky as you can get.
Are they baiting Omega to pick a Diggy, though?
Probably yes.
They
Because
have to.
since if this is their X Factor pick, they could have picked Minotaur on the last. So they are forcing for a DG, which is, by the way, good for Smart Omega since they also have the Akai, so there's no possibility for them to somehow use this one. Oh, okay, interesting.
But if ever it is a Diggy, AP Brent's lineup plays Minesweeper so well. Like, almost everyone can just start stepping on those auto alarm bombs.
Yeah, that's true.
Not gonna fall for it, though.
Xborg is right. Grok is the secondary thing to stop a rampaging bull, I would say, is great. Just put a wall there. But all of the eggs of AP Brent are in the Super Marco basket now.
Yep. Probably for Super Marco,
What's it
Kalinta's an
gonna be?
option. Beatrix still one.
Yep.
Even Bruno is actually a good choice for them.
Oh, yeah.
We almost forgot Bruno, but still open.
The auto attacks.
Look at the guy. Look at this.
How about Layla?
Carry.
Just kidding.
Layla, do it.
Oh, no, Carrie's hard. Carrie's
Because
very
of the-
hard. She can't reach Ixia. We've seen it in
Alright,
Series
alright.
1 today.
Exactly. That was a huge error, I think, in my opinion. I don't feel like you should
In
put up.
hindsight, yeah.
Yeah, in hindsight, right? If you look at it,
show.
you don't put on these carries, but
Still an
here we go.
Irithel.
All right.
Okay. My only fear for the Irritel is it does so little for the whole re-engage.
Yep.
Because she's a very lock, load, and go kind of hero.
It's very
And
singular.
also heavy on item dependency
And commitment.
and commitment. So yeah, looking at the draft index, definitely on a damage per second, it is on Brent's side. And something that will be a really crucial factor for both is the vision, difference in terms of vision and
Yeah.
crowd control. So it's really up to Smart Omega on how they will capitalize on that.
Hold up, though. I feel like if this sustain is false, this should be through the roof.
Yeah. Maybe on the,
Way
Until
past.
their logo.
Maximum. Up to the logo.
No, I think 7 is the maximum, man.
Is it the maximum?
The index just allows for the max number 7.
That explains it though, because
Maybe.
it is just one of the most heavy tank lineup that I've ever seen so far in the season.
Yeah, literally, even the mid-mage can go forever.
Exactly.
You can time out those black shoes and keep going.
Speaking of mid-mage, there's no really burst from the side of Smart Omega with Matilda as middle lane.
Oh, that's true though.
So
it's pause for Matilda. I just remembered.
So it's weird because both of them are going for sustain, and the barangay's going in half-cocked.
All right, we'll see if that happens here. Let's load up the game number 1 here for Smart Omega versus Brand Esports here in week number 6.
Now for Smart Omega again, just to reiterate on this post for hero, this is somehow part of their strategy, although they double down in terms of the zone out potential with Chaknu on this Grok. And speaking of zone out, it's really more of them given vision. They really have to compensate on the lack of burst, hence they need more information over the other team.
That's very crucial. Right now, this info game here, and APBR just dealing so much damage onto this Grok, just making sure that they're showing them who's boss. You can't go bullious right now. We're tanky AF.
Yeah, but so far, given the early rotations, it looks like as you would, right? As you would, the Baksha clears so fast.
Yep.
And he was not at all bothered. He's an unbothered king, even if the Mamba checked in on him. Kyle TZ's ahead here.
Oh yeah,
Classic,
for sure.
classic Grok and even the Baksha with the fast rotation. So this is gonna be a slow one since we have a very sustainable or very high sustain type of lineup for APBR. Even for Smart Omega, as much as possible, they want to lock up those ultimates as early as possible.
Oh. I would say for both of these teams, yeah, they have so much sustain because of Ferraga armor, because of the guiding wind. Not to mention you've got one of the most difficult to pin down junglers in the game with a heavy spin.
No, he's the one who pins you down.
He's the one who pins you down. Exactly, Leo. So this game could go either way right now, but it's interesting for me when I saw on the draft is how they're gonna play this out in the late game. Kelra on the Ixchas, massive.
Here we go, circling Eagle, knocking up Ogwin, waiting for that level 4, gets the ult, in comes Kyle TZ with the roll and the Poissons, Ogwin with the Minoan Fury, how about we play in a bouncy house, Kyle TZ, despite the heavy spin, scores the turtle. Now Matt's very low, can Flap TZ finish the job? The answer's no, we are free of death here, folks. It's a pacifist run for both these teams 2 minutes in.
Well calculated by both, but at the same time, it really matters. The Battle of Retribution in terms of the objective taking. We saw somehow that APBR is still continuing with that aggression against Omega.
Yeah, it's looking like this wall isn't really enough to slow them down.
Whoa.
Well, he's
Chaco
doing
got
his
it.
best. He's a Chalk Mamba for a reason.
I mean, he used the power of nature to clear out the purple and the baby purple. So at least Matt can hold on. It went from good to worse there. Now, Matt struggling, but still gets a little Wanderer.
And speaking of struggling, APBR won't struggle in terms of fast rotations because of the emblem and talents that he chose. 2 on the 3 actually on the wilderness plus the agility, and we have Brave Smite for a Flap TZ on this Uranus. So expect sustain plus only healing for this guy as long as there is a good rotation from him.
Yeah, gone are the days of the Farsa, so that 39 Farses is not really showing here right now. Oh, look at this though.
Eto Max answers back with a circling eagle, cancels it out as Kyle TZ goes in for the old APBR bearing hard on this gold lane.
That's a lot of early items onto the Irifel as well. All of this chaos leading to Super Marco and Killer having relatively good laning phases for both of them.
Yep, Super Marco already has the Haas clause, by the way, so we will see him be part of the double laning. And because the turtle will spawn here at his lane. So what's nice for APBR and what's working for them is that even Etomax and Chaknu's possible rotation is being stopped by Ogwen because Ogwen is always one step ahead.
Yeah, they're always just one step forward.
Even Flap TZ actually.
Yeah, just showing them who's boss, like I said earlier. Just showing that these are the things you can do against our lineup. We know what they are. You can't really mind game us out of this one.
Ooh, Turtle's already up, second one of the game. AP Bren first to the scene. Shaknu charging the power of nature here. Flap TZ coming in from the flank. There's the jump in. And the circling eagle. Etomax looking for one. Full on cancels it. And that's a turtle reset.
Huh, interestingly enough. I would have thought Omega would have actually forced it a little bit. They're realizing it's so hard to put a dent on these heroes. We can't really poke them out.
Yeah, and they waited for Matt to be level 7 as well, although Kaltisi is almost close to level 8.
Here we go. Heavy spin coming in from Matt. It's View who takes the turtle. Shields and damage on AP Bren. Shields and damage. And they crash right onto Matt. First blood drawn onto Jungler from the Smart Omega, and the full barrage takes down Ogwin. Flap TZ very low. Ryota gets a revenge kill just as quickly. The Barangay on the board, 2-1.
Beautiful counterplay there, putting some points on the board, like you said, and keeping that gold very, very close.
Yeah, good trade by Smart Omega during that time because it somehow limited the a possible lead for AP Bren during that turtle take. So it is a good rotation for them. And for AP Bren, they really have to look forward on the damage by Kelra with those full barrage. Although Super Marco was also there as well. So yeah, looking at the items, so 100 or maybe around 50 gold lead for Kelra. Not really that much. It is more on the gold conversion or how Omega and AP Bren will activate their gold laners.
Oh, Ina, Carl, I think we have pulled a boo-boo here.
Yeah.
I can't believe we've been talking about this about 6 minutes into the match and we haven't talked about the Filipino savage factor.
That's true. I actually saw Ryder saying in that match, he held on to that full barrage for a long time. Up until after the turtle happened.
From full barrage to full garage.
Yeah, he basically parked it. You're right.
He put the full in full barrage.
Oh yeah, you know it.
All the way. Now AP Bren trying to make up for some lost time again. They allowed Kelra all the space up top. Now they're trying to bear down once more on the gold lane. Look at that tier 1 down bottom. They want to break it.
Oh, let's go ahead and take us some gold here. But again, it seems like Omega kind of knows what's up. Already advancing as well. And making sure that Kelra is still going to be relatively safe.
Yep, lane is really effective for Smart Omega actually because Smart Omega was able to destroy a turret already at the top lane. So even for AP Bren, they are having a hard time to destroy this turret at the bottom lane. So Smart Omega still on that characteristic of waiting for the perfect timing for them. Now for AP Bren, they need to capitalize on the minimal lead that they have because they are on the sustain side.
Here we go. Final turtle's up. Etomax pulled the trigger. Looking for one. Black shoes by Fuse still alive. And they're going for the scrum. In comes the Minoan Fury into the skies. Kyle TC scores a turtle. And the guiding wind into the full barrage. I didn't know that was possible. The last insanity from Ryota. Not enough damage put on the board. AP Bren walks away happy with the big win. 800 gold ahead.
Even with these fancy maneuvers, like you said, I actually don't also know. I forgot that could be a thing. You can do it with Farsa. You can do it with Iksha.
Yeah.
Right, so that's beautiful, but it's not enough to put a dent on AP Bren.
Whoa!
They're still going.
They're finding Marco. Knocks him up into the air. Super Marco slain by Etomax. They're looking for revenge. Ryota still standing. AP Bren couldn't find it.
Look at this. They know they don't have the firepower. They're backing off.
They're not done yet, though.
Wild charge by the Mamba. Throws View into the skies. A last insanity by Ryota. But it wasn't the last because View pulled the trigger on the black shoes. Kaldizi getting sandwiched in by the Mamba. There's a little bit more damage from the Omega side from top. Oh, they disengage.
Okay, a bit of confusion as to who is going to be the target here for both. But yeah, for Smart Omega, it's really more of the aggression for them. AP Bren, they know their standpoint. They know when they should disengage. And for Q, it's okay if he uses that black shoes, even on that turtle earlier. It's as if Etomax is forcing a few, by the way, to use the black shoes prior any objective taking, which is effective for them, but few knows.
It actually worked for a little bit, but at the very least, you know what? It feel like a bit of a wash. These teams, again, the targeting was very problematic for both sides.
I mentioned this about 5 minutes ago. I'm going to say it again. Kelra hasn't died. This is a big problem for the Hive.
True that though. That's true. So that's something that, you know, Bren can kind of just keep their eyes on here right now. But look at this. Omega trying to equalize on the goal here, taking the tower.
Oh, they got another turret down bottom. AP Bren have been winning the skirmishes, but not a single turret taken, save for that one up top. Now they're fighting for the Little Wanderer. It's scored by Omega.
Good point on the observation that Kelra hasn't died. even a single moment for this game because it's really difficult for AP Brent's lineup to penetrate the position of Kelra later on.
True.
With having the Grok and even Akai, but we'll see. This is third objective, Lord rather, for both.
Here we go, the dance. Etomax cancels the circling eagle, and they roll out. Ogwin coming in, and the full barrage. Kelra not dealing enough damage here. They disengage. They're gonna have to wait for it.
They're not quite there yet. Kelra, despite not getting kills, despite so much gold, barely making a mark on AP Brent's lineup.
And now we're feeling AP Brent's wrath here. They put Etomax down to a fourth of his health, going for the pull. The dance resumes. Man, if AP Brent's lineup was a athlete, they would have cardio up to 1,000, man. Look at this, they're still going. Oh, wait, they catch Raptiz in the back. Pops his consecration. He's still alive. Lord here at a fifth of its health. Big knockup. In comes Etomax. The last insanity. Etomax goes. Galdi scores the Lord. And they're still spinning. Etomax looking for one. Gets popped. Heavy spin from Matt trying to disengage. But Marco putting him down with a heavy crossbow. That's 3 for none. Plus the Lord. AP Bren. Big win.
Man, Sir Matt cannot catch a break here.
Yep,
in this one.
You know what, for AP Brent, this is where the sustain actually comes into place because during that time, a lot of skills has been used by both Omega and AP Brent. But for AP Brent, because of the motivation roar from the Minotaur, it's a lot easier for them to stay on the place. And Omega was just forced not to go for a recall because, wait, we have to contest this Lord. We have to stay still. We have to stay here. Something like that.
That's something that a lot of people forget. He's also part of the healing meta. Very high healing from the roar. So I completely agree. Something maybe that Omega didn't account for their line.
Yeah, and they can just get overloaded. For the first half of this game, Omega was winning the whole sustain matchup because AP Brent wasn't there yet. And now, the swing, the rubber band effect, 5K ahead. They have closed the gap. They have shrank the map. Now Kelra's left half-baked.
Now, and it's also a 5.3k gold lead for AP Brent. And somehow for Omega, it's going to be detrimental for Chakno as well with the bursts from Few later on. So the best play for Smart Omega right now is go for the Flicker Wild Charge from Chakno. And for AP Brand, all they need to do is just to continue on zoning out players from Omega using those Shadow Energy and Glooms from Few.
Which in the late game, it really does. The cooldown is just so low
Right.
now. You don't even need those extra stacks from the black shoes anymore.
It's basically an auto attack.
That's true. That's true.
Leaving around.
Just throw it out there.
Flapteasy here, checking Bush the old-fashioned way. Spots Matt and Riota. And I can smell it. AP Brand wants to steal away this orange buff. And Matt can only do so much as watch.
All right, now it's a full-on invasion being done by AP Brand, depriving Omega of all the resources right
They're
now.
starving Matt.
Starving them. That's a bad thing to do. You don't want to see Matt hungry. Oh my goodness.
You don't want to see him. You don't want to see him that way. And speaking of hungry, one player that is also hungry for jungle or farm is even Kelra. So gold earned a lot of difference knowing that this is already 30-minute mark because sometimes if there is an effective play from Smart Omega, Kelra is really close as compared to the other gold laners. So looking at the items, we have Malefic Roar, which is a good thing because this is a sustain. AP Brand, same goes with the Demon Hunter Sword. Now the difference is that for the lifesteal on the Astos versus Iritel. So for Smart Omega, they need to find Super Marco in the middle of the team fight later on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the ENG also has that sustain, right? From Starly and Siphon, the passive. And but somehow I feel like Iritel just, his HP just goes boom, it's full again. Like,
Yep. It's more sustainable when you get the hits in.
Yep. Yeah.
And by the way things have gone in the past couple of team fights, it's AP Brand who decides when the fight happens. Kelra has been put in a reactive position so far here. 13 minutes into the game. Another Lord is up. The dance initiated by AP Brand. Kyle Easy with a massive pull. Oh Lord, that's as far as the Lord goes before resetting it.
Yeah, we're on the way to the back. All the way back to the back door here.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're holding it steady and they have full vision. Right now, Ogwin and Few are on the job. Matt, he's forcing it.
That's right. Lord here at a third of its health. Matt put right in the pit. It's like he was the Lord. And now, Flapteasy going to be hit by the circling eagle. Put down to a third of his health. Lord, hard reset.
And of course, the healing will come in. The regeneration as well. Full on reset. They bought out as much of the skills as they could from the Omega lineup.
it's more of minion management for both, because we could see for the minion of Smart Omega already almost near the river. So APBR, what's good for them is to actually clear first prior the team fight. And kudos on the consistency of Flap PC at the bottom lane, because it's almost close. It's already half in life.
Oh no.
There's a inhibitor turret.
Oh no, the Barangay sent the kill squad. There's 3 there. Wild charge on the Flap Easy, circling Eagle 2. And here comes Kelra. Oh, that's it. No way Flap Easy survives that, but the Lord Dance continues. It's just Matt up here.
Oh, wait.
Can he go for the steal?
Oh.
It's him against the world, against APBR. Not gonna happen. Ogwin scores. And now they're looking for the punish. Can they do it? Ryota pushes them back. Ever the enforcer. They're not gonna take Matt, but they do lose out on the Lord. APBR, second one for game 1.
You could see the small amount of HP left over from that retribution.
Yeah, high risk, high reward play from a Smart Omega, but APBR is just ready for that. And
Circling Eagle plus the black shoes. I can't believe both of them can cancel it like that.
Yeah, they're canceling each other out.
Whoa.
again, battle of the veterans for this one. I mean, veteran leaders.
I'll allow it.
Yep, it's a 10-10. Oh, it's a 4-5.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Speaking of APBR, they have the Lord now at the bottom lane. So there's no flicker for Ogwen. So there's no possible surprise play for them. Not unless Few is able to poke majority of the players of Smart Omega, particularly Ryota's Firaga armor.
They're coming in close though right now. Ogwen's one Fury should be up anytime now. They could pull the trigger if they choose to. It could be it.
Oh, look at this well-orchestrated push. The siege of a lifetime from APBR. All 3 turrets threatened here. Only going to take mid and bottom down. And the Lord going to be made quick work of by the Barangay. They keep 1 inhibitor top.
And they're making Omega really work for their defense as well. So far, we haven't actually seen the Filipino Savage show up as much as we thought he would here.
We saw some hints of it.
Yeah, earlier.
Weirdly enough, the first 5 minutes. How often does that happen?
Huh, that's interesting.
And actually, even for Kelra, it's really hard for him to find that perfect spot, because again, for APBR, all they just need to do is to move forward. They have Ogwen on that roar. So probably for a Smart Omega, they could use another play, which they did at the bottom lane. Find someone that they could kill prior a Lord take.
That's crucial. So the timings are going to be super important. Itemization, though, I think Omega, they're slowly getting to a point where, yeah, maybe we can fight a full-on team fight.
Yeah, it's functional. But just to build on what you said there, Chantel, that's right, I agree. Maybe 1 solid pickoff before a big Lord Dance or a big rotation. How do you do it, though? Your only real target
Good question.
is Marco.
And even Flapteasy at the bottom lane. I mean, Flapteasy is the one that does the split push.
Yeah, but he eats like
It takes a lot of
6.5
time.
ults. He takes 6.5 ults. Where are you going to get the other 1.5?
I mean, it's really hard. And now that even Open has the immortality. And look at the damage of Few with against Chaknu.
So good.
So once there is a wild charge from Chaknu, it's just Smart Omega that should deal all the damage that they can deal.
Yeah, Smart Omega is really working for it because they're against literally the rock and the hard place in APBR's lineup, because there's just no way to get about it.
That's a scary picture, man. The rock in the hard place.
They're
moving around to get you.
Exactly.
Moving around to
That's
get
scary.
you. And we're not talking about the Grok, folks. That's just the sad situation here.
The metaphorical rock.
Third Lord up, metaphorical and literal. Third Lord up already, 18 minutes in. It's APBR who decides to say, let's dance. Coyotes again go in for the immaculate pull all the way, putting 2 walls between the Lord and the rest of Smart Omega.
And then, as a famous captain once said, they could do this all day. So they're
right.
just going to keep going there. And they're going to pull this door as far back as they can.
Oh,
Okay.
Flap Teasy again.
That's the target.
Playing with Fate. Tempting Fate. 3 heroes on him. And this bush, look at how Ogre's holding
this.
They're just waiting for the perfect timing. I believe that this Lord is going to be reset yet again.
Yep. There you go.
There you go. That's one reason as to why Smart Omega actually picked Grok. It's a part of their strength as a team. And the reason as to why we have the Omega timers, because they're doing this from time to time. Now for APBR, they have 5.5k goal lead. We can see Few actually clearing first the minion wave at the top lane, which is
They're going.
a bait for them.
Whoa, there's a circling eagle, catches Flap Teasy. And again, like it was nothing, he's back in the fight. He wants more. Lord here, still on the pull, slight advantage for AP Bren. Put down to 2/3 of his health. Few just laying down all the shadow energies. Gloom is very happy to serve. Lord here at half health. Ryota gonna get his Firaga armor popped. Ain't no
Look at
last
you.
insanity for you. And look at the base. Smart Mega forced to respond. Chaknu all the way out. Ryota gets his Firaga armor up. But Super Marco here almost killed him. Eto Max checks the bush. Lord here, a third of his health. Matt holding on for dear life. 4 members of AP Bren. Make that 5, just dancing around this pit. They're gonna wanna blitz this. There's the full barrage from Kelra! And Flap Easy finds him. Circling Eagle from Eto Max. And he's still alive. Immortality still in tow. Lord here. Oh, there's a big knockup.
Gonna be close.
Matt, he's waiting.
Chaknu?
Matt, Chaknu with the seal.
Okay,
Forces
Sen,
the
after
reset.
everything.
Oh, Lord.
After everything.
No!
Okay, there's a
Over
play.
with the flicker and the Minoan Fury knocking up Matt. But they get stunned by Kelra. They back off. Once again, let's dance.
And we're back to square one, folks, but it's going to be a bruised and battered Smart Omega right now who are going for the re-engage again.
Okay, after everything that has happened, again, the strength of Smart Omega now is their capacity and capability to set and reset the Lord. So now for AP Bren, since Omega is trying to poke them from time to time, you just needs to continue that poke on that Firaga armor from Ryota. But yeah, speaking of, the strength of Smart Omega was the split pushes. This time around, it's AP Bren that's doing it.
Chaknu here, forced to use wild charge. He's
Oh!
backing out few. Oh, wow. Close call. The full barrage baited out. Kelra takes down El Capitan. And now the Lord here put down a 5th of his health. Flap Easy takes out a Capitan of his own.
Okay.
A Capitan of the Barangay. Flap Easy gets his immortality pop. Look at the base. That's a full-on inhibitor taken down. No more base turrets for the Barangay. And where'd the Lord go?
Oh,
Kyle
Bill
Tizzy
Kyle.
scores it. Matt with a heavy spin. Ogwin here.
Omega's forcing
Still
it.
has an immortality. They have to disengage here. The Barangay lost way too much, even with that trade. And now they engage one more
Ryota has
time.
the
Look
flicker.
at the last insanity plus the wild charge. They pop an immortality here. Ryota's still alive. Kyle Tizzy goes.
Oh, Super Marco is still in line of fire here for Kelra. Pew, pew, pew goes the dynamite. Waiting up to the last moment. Taking down the gold laner of AP Bren.
1 for 4. The Hive cannot take advantage of this big old Lord. It's gonna be melted down by the Barangay.
And now for the Barangay, all they need to do is to capitalize on the possible pushes from the turrets that they can do. Now for AP Bren, what's good for them is that they were able to secure the Lord. Again, we have to commend how Omega played for that one on the wild charge from Chaknu. Same goes with Ryota on that last insanity. Now AP Bren, they have the damage. All they just need to do is to somehow pinpoint who's the target for them during a team fight, because earlier they were like zoning out everyone. Few wants to zone out Ryota, and the other one, Flap TC, comes in versus Etomax, so they have to regroup as a team. Really more on the judgment making, but wow, Kelra is now on 3-1-3.
Well, count on the Smart Omega to give you the most scrappiest team fights ever.
Right.
Oh.
And Matt was just there.
Oh! Coming in! Few gets pinned down and taken out! Now, it's the Barangay's turn. Here they go. Minoan Fury coming in from Ogwin. Big knockup. But there's not enough damage, but there is enough for Kelra to get taken out. Look at this. 3 members make that 4. In comes Super Marco from behind. Cavalry has come, but Omega calls it off.
That's the gold laner for the mid here. This is going to be very interesting because they're going for it again. Oh boy, that was risky.
Yep, I thought they are going to go for a play, but yeah, that's a good call for a Smart Omega. Now, AP Bren, they need to pressure more the lanes of Smart Omega, because in 50 seconds, there is going to be a Lord that will spawn, and by then, Kelra is going to be available for the team fight. So with the positioning, it's actually a good call for AP Bren to force and find Kelra to be that casualty. So right now, that's just the pain point for AP Bren. It's Kelra.
It's Kelra, man. And the moment Kelra went down, I think the firepower of AP Bren kind of really whittled down as well, right? So, same is true, obviously, for AP Bren. It's for like 90% of their firepower is Super Marco. So, you got to keep your eyes on these gold laners, folks. They're really making the mark.
Now AP Bren has to play very, very specifically. They now have to do this without Smart Omega catching onto them. They have to use Few as bait.
Oh,
Sadly,
yeah. Sad to say.
the age of Flap TC as bait has ended. At the 20-minute mark, it's no longer worth it. Now it's few.
Yeah, actually earlier Few failed to push the black shoes. That's why he died. That was so AP. Omega
During the
offended.
last Lord.
Yeah,
Oh, wait.
Whoa!
Oh, pew, pew. There you
Point
go.
Blank wild charge.
Oh,
We were
wait,
just talking
it's
about
flying.
it. And now they force one. They pop Ogwin's immortality. But they're going to have to let him go because it's a little too deep. Few here gets blocked through his retreat. Oh, black shoes coming in. All of this is worth it already. The barangay just found treasure in trash. All of a sudden, Super Marco's out of the equation.
Eggshell, one of the least mobile heroes. Etomax is making it fly.
You know, right, flying
Literally.
siya. And yeah, for Smart Omega, they're just playing macro for this game. Wait.
Talking about the
He's flying again.
And Etomax almost gets punished. And the Kapitan gets protected by the Filipino Savage.
Okay, that was close.
Few still alive, flickers out. That's a full barrage out
full barrage
of
out.
this, but Ryota catches him. Of course, the general from the back uses the flicker, but that's more than worth it, fam. 2 members of AB Bren out.
You actually bought an immortality during that moment, but wasn't able to catch prior his death. So yeah, for Smart Omega, they have the upper hand right now, but they also have the minion wave. So it really, I mean, the retribution is gonna be the X factor this time around for this one.
More than just the retribution, I think AP Bren playing the map is making Smart Omega think twice. They have the Lord by the neck here.
Where's
Lord at
Kyle?
a fifth of its health. Look at Caldeezy from the back here, alongside Flapdeezy. Oh, they're changing
no, the Lord
their
has not finished
priorities. Super Marco very low. Heavy spin from Matt coming out. Caldeezy holding on to the Lord. Where's it gonna go? AP Bren right in Calra's sights. They score the Lord.
no!
They're gonna get on out of here, and they're still alive. Flapdeezy holds on to his immortality and his ult. They're good. They're golden. AP Bren still in this.
Just when I said that Smart Omega is playing micro, we saw AP Bren do some micro plays versus Omega. Again, there was a call because the minion wave is flowing at the bottom lane. So, yep, it was right that Omega is confused whether they are to clear the minion wave or whether they are to contest the Lord. One problem for them is that they weren't able to successfully reset the Lord because it was Chakno clearing the minion wave at the bottom lane.
Man, this is as close can get there in the items. So I think we're in a very even play field except for the inhibitor turrets and the Lord walking up on the mid right now. So Omega, they're putting up some pretty good fights, but can they keep this up?
This is the biggest fight, the greatest fight that they have to put up because this could be the last one right inside their base. Ogwin, desperation stomp coming in. Here comes the big old Lord.
Ow.
And there's a full barrage. Chakno already down low. And Kyle Deasy pops up with Sans. They're clearing the waves. They're dealing extra damage. In goes Ogwin. Minoan Fury knocking up 2. Wild charge from Chakno. And the last Insanity. That's a lot of damage. The Barangay happy to pop Super Marco's immortality. They're overloading the base. AP Bren just want to lock onto the base. Matt goes down. And they have to bide their time. Lord melted down. Few here. Gonna get hit by Circling Eagle. Cancelled out. Popping immortality. Ryota dealing a lot of true damage. AP Bren. They're not gonna lose anybody. Not in this fight.
Man, the counter punch from Omega actually was hitting very, very hard.
Yep.
Able to put a lot of dents on the tanks of AP Bren.
What a defense by Smart Omega during that time, and they're just protecting Kelra from time to time. But for AP Bren, they have to get to actually finish this game. And look at you, by the way.
The full barrage coming in from the Filipino Savage. Few just wailing away at the base. AP Bren takes game 1.
And this winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Boy, oh boy, that was the keyword, scrappy. Super duper scrappy. You'd never know what's going to happen. Team fights between AP Bren and Omega. And we're seeing exactly why they are one of the El Clásicos of MPL Philippines.
You know what? This game is an epitome of whoever team has a more controlled adrenaline rush wins the game. Because during that moment, it's really more of your judgment and how do you think is your damage to the base. It was Few that focused on the base lock because he knows that the rest of the players of Smart Omega are focusing Super Marco because it's the late game. So it's a matter of micro and macro and decision making for both.
That ended with no one team actually winning the fight.
Yep.
Let's just go for the base because we can't really win the fight right away as well, says AP Bren.
There were so many different ways to win and so many ways of playing MLBB put on showcase in this matchup. And as the great Tai Long from the cultural hit Kung Fu Panda 2008 said,
Oh, wow.
our battle will be legendary. This was more than legendary. 28 minutes of pure MLBB bliss. I'm in love. I'm in love with this game.
That's right. And what else is legendary? Of course, your support for your favorite MPL teams. All you gotta do to show that is purchasing the limited edition team notification effects. It's only 58 diamonds right now in the in-game store. Check it out, ladies and gents. You will not be sorry. And you know what I'm sorry for? Is whoever was not here to watch that game. Because that is literally that's like the embodiment of Filipino grit. The gigil.
High level,
You know?
ML, surprise plays.
You never know what's happening.
The mas pinaslakas.
I'm sorry that the Lord dances couldn't go longer than 2 minutes.
That's also true. Anyway, we'll throw it over, break it down, Chantel Hernandez.
A lot has happened during that game, and I don't even know where to start. Again, for this game, I expected this to be a really long one because we have the Omega Timers and they're up against AP Brent. So it has been a brawl of brains and at the same time on how to execute their play against each other. Now, we have a player that was very consistent for the side of AP Brent, and he is our smart MVP using that Minotaur Ogwen. So with a 115 KDA prior the performance of Ogwen during that game, we've mentioned that this is a very sustainable, or I might say very tanky hero for them, and the healing during the team fight is what's crucial for Smart Omega during that time, because there are plays wherein Ogwen was just there doing the flicker, and then we have the Minoan Siri goes in for this first stomp, and at the same time the sustain that they have. So with the Ogwen in the middle of the team fight, we will see that during the highlights that he's just there, very consistent, finding the perfect target for Smart Omega, and at the same time finding his teammate that needs that support. So there are instances where in Smart Omega around 5-minute game time that we saw the aggression because of their lineup, but it was too early for an Iksha, as also mentioned by our co-casters. We saw brilliance of greatness, or moments of brilliance rather, for Smart Omega during that game. But at the same time, AP Bren, the veteran moves was just there, and all I gotta say, it was really Kyle TZ that was very consistent on taking the objectives, or rather even the players of Bren, because there are times wherein it was actually few that was able to secure that Lord of that turtle. So again, 20-minute game time, there was a reset. This is by far the longest team fight that has no casualty, by the way, during that game. So around 20 minutes, there was a setup play for them. It was reset by a Chak Muswal. Probably game number 2, we won't see a Grok anymore because of the potential to reset. So we saw full barrage for Omega during that time. The damage is already there, but for AP Brand, the strength for their play during that game is that their minion waves are like flowing. Mid lane, top lane, and even bottom lane, that it was really hard for Smart Omega to defend even on this last Lord take the last Lord push. So mid lane, yes, there was a nice counter play for the side of AP Brand. They were able to find Keldra, but Chak was just there, and there was a shot down, by the way, versus Keller. Came 24-minute game time. This was the surprise play that we've seen from Chaknu and the trio of Smart Omega. So 26-minute game time. The heavy spin was a bit early this time around for the side of Smart Omega. It's somehow a critical move because other players were forced to be near the players of Smart Omega. And then this was the last final push for AP Brand. Again, they have thick minion wave, and at the same time they also have a level. This was the 4th Lord of the game, around 27-minute game time. So a lot of stretch from Smart Omega, and look at Few. Let's focus on Few. Okay, I don't care about anyone else. All I need to do is to go for the base lock because again, they have the minion wave, and those minion waves are considered to be tanky and has the damage as well. So looking at the kill map for Ogwen, around 23-minute game time, it was the kill. Very crucial for them. That was against Andiksha, and all the assists were made against Matt and even Etomax. And so basically the play here for Ogwen was just again sustain and help the players of AP Brent and lead them into an entry point wherein they could find Kelra and they could stop Matt's possible retribution or Lord Steal against them. Now, 28-minute game time, 11-7. Wow, 28 minutes and it's just 18 kills in total. So you're looking at the emblems. Again, we've mentioned for APBR that they really want to go for fast rotation, hence 3 Wilderness and 3 Agility for Few, Flap, TC, and even Owen. With these 3 heroes rotating continuously, plus the Brave Smite from Flap, TC, it was really effective for them at the early game. Now came at the mid-game, what mattered this time around for APBR was the burst from Few. Now looking at the item, we talk about burst, some of the Lilia users actually builds Enchanted Talisman, but this time around for Few, it's just Ice Queen Wand, Bloody Wings, Holy Crystal, and even the Divine Glaive. So even a Winter Truncheon. So he's just prepared for that late game. No need for boots. All I need to do is just to zone out the rest of the players of Omega because this is the last final push that we need. So gold was really on par, 76k versus 77k. And again, it all boils down to team fight participation. For Omega, we've seen their statistics prior this game, and their strength is really more of them fighting 5v5 against the other team. Now for APBR, this is where it matters. The monster gold stolen and even the objective taking. So again, for the rest of APBR, it's really more of them having that nice judgment on the latter part of the game and somehow using the resources that they have against, or the edge that they have against Omega. So if I were Omega and this was the lineup of APBR during game number 1, I don't think it's a good idea to have Uranus, Minotaur, and even Baksha all in one same lineup. I mean, they are as if walking fountains during that game. All they need to do is just rotate and find the players and then zone out and then take the objective. So yeah, it was a nice execution by APBR, but for Smart Omega, I think the Omega timers are also ticking. What do you think, guys?
Actually, it was close. I would say in the last one, I love Ixia, but the biggest weakness of Ixia, once you activate the full barrage, you can't really reposition it. And in that last one, Keller repositioned, so he couldn't really find behind, find Mr. Few behind. And by the way, this just in, I just heard something. RRQ's M Series streak ends. Oh my goodness, there's no RRQ.
No RRQ.
See the
Indonesia.
Here.
Okay, there it is.
RRQ Akira was the very first to lock in, but
Well, that's a different RRQ.
that aside,
I'm not joking.
Yeah, chills, literal chills.
so
Not a
M5
chills.
is bound to break records. It's the very first M Series in the Philippines, the very first M Series to not have Todak, and the very first M Series to not have RRQ.
History in the making, I
Wow.
would say, for both MPL Season 12 and M Series.
Yeah, we're just you guys are lucky you can watch it. We can't watch it because we're here. But man, oh man, that's really something. And I love what you said there. And that hints to something. Maybe the meta, the landscape is just changing, right? It's changing too much. Some teams just can't keep up. Anyway, this is also brought to you by the official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile, featuring their newly launched ultra-clear smartphone camera, the Infinix Zero 40 series. 4K 60, bro, and 50 megapixels on your front camera. Let's go capture your own story. Whew.
Real quick, while you guys are enjoying MPL ID and MPL Philippines, next weekend it's going to be the final 8 teams of MDL Philippines Season 2 battling it out in the playoffs, happening from October 20 to 22. So again, MLBB Sports never stops.
Wow, what a month, what a year we have so far. This whole quarter is filled with so many games, guys.
It depends on the viewers, the audiences, and even us on how we will really adjust because information, for me, it's information overloading because
Right.
We have a lot of information from MDL and then MPL Indonesia,
MY, everything.
everywhere, everything.
Region.
I'm good. I'm
You're
okay. I'm loving it, man.
You're
This
loving
is,
it?
This is a dream
You're
come
living
true.
for this.
Yeah, anywhere you look, there's MLBB.
Yeah, MLBB's in
You
full
want
swing.
MLBB?
Like
This is
Oprah.
MLBB.
This is
You
it.
get MLBB.
You want MLBB. You get MLBB. And that's exactly why I love this esport. Right now, though, obviously we are about to get into the nitty-gritty of game number 2 here, close.
Oh.
But I'm just trying to recover from the news, by the way. RQ down, man. So
No,
anyway.
I'm at the point wherein well, one thing is I was always keeping tabs on it, so I
yeah,
knew
yeah.
that they
You
were in
knew it
trouble.
was gonna happen, right?
2-0, forget about it. But as well,
Before we started today, yeah.
yes,
Sorry.
the fact that I'm in the zone for this one, because again, we set up the story for both Smart Omega and AP Bren, right?
Yeah,
AP Bren so much closer now to securing
All right.
that top 2.
Yep.
that's
So
true.
the return, the grand return of AP Bren to the world stage is almost 2 BO5s away.
It's very imminent. You can feel it. You can almost touch it.
That and Echo here today, earlier, getting swept by MNNE Evos, makes the run between ONIC, MNNE Evos, and Omega so much tighter. Given that maybe here, they're at match point, Smart Omega might lose. Smart Omega might have to crawl and fight harder.
If I'm not mistaken, I think until the last day of week 6, we're not sure as to
Who the other
teams are for the playoffs.
Exactly. You guys are really gonna have to watch. You can't really like pass today and like I know who's gonna go in. No, that's not happening
Nobody's
here.
safe.
Not this season.
It's an emotionally tolling time.
I can feel it from you.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. See, I got emotional about these 3 teams. RRQ though, my heart goes out to you guys. Viva RRQ, but man, this is what I'm scared for, bro. I've grown emotionally attached to both, to all 3, ONIC, Omega, and MNNE Evos.
All right. It's gonna come down to the wire here, and of course Omega, they're scrapping there. What are they looking like right now though? In terms of points, they're still tied with ONIC.
Yep, and all the other matches for 3 mentioned teams, they're fighting each other. They will face each other along this week.
And then the closer for the weekend, Omega and ONIC will be playing. So,
I think you guys should be prepared
You're gonna have to really
emotionally.
prepare for this. Yeah.
yo, that's also historic, by the way. Again, I'd hate to be the Loki meme. Oh, very sad. Anyways, no. RRQ and Todak not making it M5, that's one thing. But can you imagine an MPL Philippines playoffs without ONIC PH, without Smart Omega?
The classic streak
Alright.
breakers, the comeback kings.
That's
The playoffs Omega that we've been bringing time and about.
That's historic, man.
Really is.
Because it's possible. It can happen now. The whole ball can do it.
Bo can do it. They're looking on form. If they can do it against Echo, their mindset is we can do this against anybody. So right now, I hope Omega is like ready for this because that's another point that they failed to get back into their track for playoffs.
And it's not like they couldn't. There was a solid 5 or 6 minutes in game 1 out of the 28 minutes that they were playing. What are we doing?
So close.
All right.
That was
Drats.
Drat, yeah.
Foiled again. Yeah, but again, you agree with me, folks. Watching at home, right? Kabarangay or not, there was a solid 5 or 6 minutes in game 1 wherein you could have sworn and said, yo, Omega's got this. Omega
Yeah.
can win.
AP Brand's like, they got us in the first half, not gonna lie.
We're here again on
Here
this
again.
cycle. I mean, the better team that has proper judgment actually wins the game. Everyone can win. If you're AP Brand and Smart Omega, it's really a matter of decision. Too cliche to say, but yeah, it all boils down to that.
Whoever got on the right side of the bed today. That is what it all boils down to it right now as we load up into the draft for game number 2. And
All right.
there it is.
So earlier it was the same ban, and even on game number 1, it was Smart Omega on the blue side. So AP Brand, probably they won't change the sequence of their pickings depending on the hero that Smart Omega will prioritize. So, yep, previous draft, it was Mathilda that was prioritized by Smart Omega. And Mathilda is now banned by them. So, it's as if they want to go for the Lilia or Valentina, but I believe for AP Brand, they would still go for Lilia and even Baksha on the second 2 picks.
All right, so now from the previous draft, like you guys saw, it was AP Brand just going full tank in. And it's just going to start really get banned out here. From what we saw earlier,
Yeah.
that was close.
All right, Smart Omega and AP Brand each have their own pain points from game 1. It's the Matilda, get out of here for Smart Omega, and for AP Brand, take out the Ixia. And they're putting a good hero into the hands of Matt. I like this. They're investing in Matt.
Yes. And of course, obviously, Matt has shown he's comfortable with heroes like this.
Also for the Baksha, naturally it is a fast type of jungler. So again, from our keys to victory, they need to go for an early aggressive type of a lineup. So as long as they're able to pull off a good rotation from Matt, and it's gonna be a lot easier for them. Now, APBR, surprising that they don't really prioritize Terizla anymore.
Oh, the Riz was snubbed game 1.
Completely in both
Completely.
pick and ban. So that is really something.
Valentina
Can make a
Terizla, maybe?
comeback here though.
Or, oh, this
There.
time. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
There it is.
Terizla still has the reads.
Oh yeah, it never goes out. It
okay.
just kind of slides in the shadows.
Yep.
Except game 1.
Except game 1.
Except game 1. So okay, for Smart Omega, this time we're in. Since Iksha has been banned, they could actually pick a hero already for Keller. Although Keller still has a lot of golden heroes on his sleeve. So Matilda, Angela,
Nova's out.
Novaria is out,
go,
by the way.
go
I
Nova.
almost forgot they have Eto Max.
Huge Max hero. There it is.
There you go.
And there are pros and cons to picking the marksman early, the gold laner early. And right now, it's going to be a big pro for them to pick it later.
Yeah, by the way, it looked like Coach Stronger was talking to Ryota.
Yeah.
It looked like they were locking in an XP laner. They were asking, yo, what kind of hero you need to be able to beat the Terizla? Coach, give me the pack.
Pack, right there.
And now for Omega's.
Possible Olympic player.
Oh, right. Now that Pack is a part
Different
of
pack.
Smart Omega lineup, isolation is high. There's also a possibility for Ryota to go for a single kill as long as effective. Okay, they want it fast. They want this Terizla fast because one con of having a Terizla on your lineup is the mobility.
Yep. Gotta go fast.
Okay, so again, ISO because of the Paquito pick from Smart Omega. So they might wanna go for sustain just to have that long game potential. Ambition and information, of course, because of Novaria. For APBR, they could go for a Grok just to negate Novaria's vision. Same concept with what Chakno did or Smart Omega did on game number 1. And Hero DPS, not much differs because this is the only moment for them to pick their gold laners.
Being a gold laners, Airfell gonna get banned out there, right? As you can hear from the audio cues. And I gotta say, you know what? Grok does kind of look good because some of the ways that I remember as a Rafaela player just dying right up is I can't really cast anything because I got wild charged on.
Yeah.
And that's something that you can deal with. So at least this is a kind of healing that you can deal with. And the Rafaela has no choice. He has to kind of be up close to hit those slows and hit those hit the heals, right? So yeah, good ideas here coming in for that roam position. What more here for the late game is that a pick already?
Nope.
Still a ban, right? That's still a ban. All right, there
This
it is.
is odd territory. This is unfamiliar space for both of these teams because they both invest in their gold laners, right? And now they both have to kind of secure their gold laner through the banning phase. So that's why we see the Iritel and the 1-1 out. Omega could take out the Beatrix here. So it could be very weird for both of them. Like, what's the gold lane matchup going to be? Are we going to see Harith? Uh-oh.
You just called it. You jinxed it. I know. Whenever someone says that,
I won't be
whenever
surprised.
someone says that, it's not surprising anymore to see it.
It's actually good for Smart Omega because in terms of sustain, we've been talking this about AP Brand, but on the early game, there's not much of a high healing from the Rafaela because the favor boots is not maximized in terms of stack, so it could be one for them. In terms of wave clearing and even the range, good for a gold laner, so still an option for Smart Omega. Now objective, we can't really see yet. But yeah, the 0.40 is probably because of the vision and at the same time, the mobility of the backshot.
Oh, look at that. Mobility is going to be definitely something that you want to add on here. So, okay, they don't want to risk running out of gold laners. There it is. But you know what's open here for Omega.
Oh, no, they're going to keep it
the
close to the
classic
chest.
one.
Yep, nothing too crazy here.
I was preparing myself for the other marksman heroes. But yeah, I'll go to the basics. I mean, for Smart Omega, we have Novaria on Etomax hands and 57%
It's interesting. The strongest talk in the Itamax here. Are they going to swap it out? Is there a possibility of it ever getting swapped out to Rome here? I don't think so, right?
Not really.
They need a front line here, but yeah, they're probably discussing the way that they can play it around.
Grokky, man. You gotta
It's
get
a very grokky
Rock
lineup.
is still a good option.
Yeah.
Again, if you want to go for the reset, delay of the minion wave, why not? But it's gonna be Minotaur this time around.
All right. They want to re-engage. They want to be able to keep going.
And heal. Of
And
course.
heal.
There also is healing.
Same concept with the Rafaela, but the difference is that for Minotaur, of course, the crowd control has a larger area of effect with the Minowan's Fury. So for AP Bren, I'm thinking if Akai or maybe Lancelot.
Dear Lord, check us out, folks. Fredrin is still out there.
All right, I almost forgot Fredrin.
We are so deep into their
And because of that, we see a Fredrin.
Yeah, we see a Fredrin right there. It's so deep into the draft here. It's an interesting way to go about it, AP Brad.
Weird. But again, it's a direction of the draft. This is what the metagame looks like now.
Yeah, good call there.
Almost
Balancing it out.
Very, very close for both. I mean, in terms of push, objective, definitely for Smart Omega, the edge is going to be their vision, but still the sustain, they have the Rafaela. Vision is gonna be that not effective if the Rafaela is able to go for faster rotations. Probably we will see Minotaur and Rafaela both on the gold lanes because again, these are teams that invests more on their gold laners.
All right, gold lane is definitely still the name of the game. Again, this is just the way that things go.
Wait.
Oh wait, what?
Smart Omega has drafted the combo. They're able to do Nova Tricks.
The Nova Tricks.
Oh, right,
yes.
So they can snap kills out of nowhere.
And the Paquito, man. They're
That's
going to
right.
destroy anyone.
So this is as pick off as it gets for Smart Omega.
That ISO meter should be maxed out, then.
Well, in essence.
In essence,
In
yeah.
essence.
Loading up on the game number 2, ladies and gents. It feels like a very gritty Omega coming into this game.
Earlier it was 28 minutes, and with this time, knowing that we also have, or for both teams, you have sustain. Definitely, we won't be seeing much of a heavy team fight at first, depending on the rotation, and we could see 3 flickers for Omega. Oh, even for AP Bren, even if there is a Minotaur for their side, and even on the emblem. So this time around, it's more sustain plus damage for Terizla. But mobility and, Festival of Blood for Paquito.
Yo,
Very excited about that.
how can you say I'll just dodge the ults instead of leaning into it? This is how AP Bren does it, man.
That's just how they do, yo. Especially with right now, with the speed being given by the Rafaela, it is a very good possibility.
Matt very low. This is not where you want to be. He's a little too deep in. Oh, he's trying to get away. This is like the great escape.
Woo! Dodging
And
out.
he gets away.
Although I think Super Marco is prepared though.
Nope.
Okay.
Big sigh of relief there from the barangays. You can hear it here on the venue.
That's amazing. All right, fair enough. If that was me, if I was the boss, I'd be dead.
For sure. So Matt definitely has some movements here. Greatest idol of all time. 400 games played. A first here for Few.
This is just for MPL Philippines. How about for the Screams? How many games did the Few play in totality of his career?
He's been racking them up since 2018, man. He's been playing since season 1.
That's right. 2018, one of the first ever dominant players in the game as well.
Rockhard was there.
Yes, that's true.
During you were there. And even
Way to
on your
point it out.
Leomord era. Anyway.
He was a witness.
You were a witness
Here
of
we
the
go.
history.
Turtles up. Astral Echo from Ethelmas. And the big old bomb from Counties helping them score. And the knock-up onto Matt. And they'll disengage. AP Bren taking their time, but it's a win nonetheless.
Yeah, they're taking these objectives with conviction here, making sure that Omega knows that they lost out in these objective trades. And I love that coming in from AP Bren.
Stats don't lie for Smart Omega as well because 22% I think for Turtle objective take. Say for AP Bren, it's really more their consistency on how they will take down objectives, and they're actually prepared if there is an aggression from the side of AP Bren. Which
They got it.
They got it.
Matt stole away the purple, but at what cost?
That's something.
Coming in with a penalty zone, flickering in Flapteasy wants to get him in Super Marco. Help and serve up a first blood to Kyle.
I'm not sure if that was super worth. Was that worth a first blood with a buff take? I don't know. What do you think?
It's not really that effective because this is a Baksha, and yeah, you want Baksha to actually be just rolling over the map, getting all those jungles, and in an instant, Kaltis was able to take, or they are ready, if ever, for this orange buff. So one reason as to why Etomax and even Chaknu was on this side just to protect the orange buff.
So he could have had it all, just rolling in the deep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's nice.
Interesting.
Oh.
But no, it didn't work out. Was not able to get away.
I'm trying to remember the next line after that.
Oh, there it is.
They are bearing down on Super Marco. There's no way he was going to survive that. Chaknu spent the flicker. Few steals away. I am you, you are me. And now, Omega controlling the gold lane.
Yeah, they're just forcing a kill against Super Marco, and they're forcing Kelra to be on the lead in terms of their laning for this one, because again, the strength of Omega is having Kelra on a double laning. And look at the division for Chakno, classic 2 steps ahead vision, but Few and even Owen is here as well.
Might fall victim here because he's playing with fire here. You cannot underestimate that Terrify coming in for the Valentina. It really will throw you off your game. Chaknu very well knows it. Turtle gonna be danced off here.
Oh, this is the blitz. They're looking for it. Penalty zone put up by Flapteasy just to make sure APBR secures clean second turtle for Kyle.
Yeah, no turtles taken yet for this whole game for Omega at the very least. I'm not sure.
For the whole game.
For the whole series so far.
For the whole series, right.
Did they get a Lord? They got one, right? They get,
No.
No, they also didn't get one.
They didn't get one.
That's interesting.
Because sometimes if Kaltisi wasn't... If Kaltisi wasn't able to secure a retribution for them, it was actually Few and the other players.
Right.
Holy baptism coming in.
Chaknu!
Ogwin trying to punish Chaknu. He's forced to use a Minoan Fury, and now not enough stacks coming in from Super Marco. They're going to bear down on this big old bull. Chaknu holding on for dear life. Matt rolling out. Ogwin's very low. Poisson's coming in from Smart Omega's rookie. They back out.
High level of ML play for both, because sometimes it's
Love
an
it.
entry for a team fight, but the discipline for both teams are really high. Even if they saw some players of Omega, and even Omega, they didn't force a team fight at the bottom lane because they are fully aware that they're still lacking in terms of damage, and they wanted to have Keldra's lane be safe. Now for APBR, what's effective for them is the split pushes or the cutting of minion wave that Ryota does for their team, because Flapteasy is needed for every set of play as compared to a Paquito.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't actually seen a lot of plays from Ryota. Ryota picks up a Paquito, you expect some fireworks. Right now, I'm looking for that. Just not seeing it. What does that say about Omega though? What are they trying to do here?
For Smart Omega, they just wanted to open up the lane on the XP lane, because look at that. Since Flapteasy is always part of the team fight or initiation for APBR, there is space for Ryota. Oh wait,
We'll talk about that later. After APBR are done with Matt, or Matt is done with them, forcing out an early Poissons as the turtle spawns.
Ooh, that's big.
Final turtle of the game. Astral Echo stolen away by Few. Turtle at less than half health here. They're gonna blast it. They're gonna blitz it. And they see him. Ogwin scores the turtle. Dear Lord. Count-easy with the taunt. And the penalty zone. And the holy baptism. Everything but the kitchen sink thrown out to the barangay. They answer back with the Nibiru's passion. Matt gets popped by Few with an assist from Marco. APBR with a win.
You know what? What's interesting for both junglers? Okay, a lot of thought in my mind. Okay, for the cooldown. Okay, we have 12 seconds for Kaltisi, and we have 15 seconds for Mac. So that's a huge difference in terms of when you used your retribution. So, I don't know how I will say this, but yeah, there's really a huge factor for that, and even for APBR. Owe was the one that was able to secure the turtle, and Omega. It's gonna be crucial for them. APBR, they just need to continue what they're doing.
The retribution games are essentially becoming like a mind game here, because not all the retributions are right on the docket.
Yeah, it's less about the mechanics this time around between Coyotes and Matt. It's more of where they are mentally, and where they want to follow through with what they're about to get from the big objectives.
Nice use, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, this is not the second time, or this is not the first time rather, that when there was a secured objective, it's not the junglers that was able to secure even on game number 1. So again, this is the story now of Smart Omega having Ryota go for the split push and somehow protect all the lanes that they still have. But speaking of protect top lane.
Oh, Matt here, trapped between 3 members, and the Holy Baptism and everything thrown out to take down the Baksha, while Ryota, y'all were looking for a bang. Here he is working down bottom. Flapdizi tries to catch Kelra. Chaknu here, the backup, keeping them where they need to be as the general of the Atoy army gets his way.
That's a pretty big bang. That's 2 towers taken up on the bottom.
It's a bang bang.
That's a bang. Oh, that's a bang bang.
It's a bang bang.
I completely agree. I concur.
I believe for Smart Omega, they will have Ryota now as part of their lineup, and of course Flapdizi to be not part of the execution, because there is a gap level 10 as compared to level 11. So, yup, APBR, they just need to keep an eye on this Paquito and protect Super Marco at all costs.
Nice try on the Novatrix hit fear for Kelra and Itomax.
Whoa! Ogwen here uses his flicker, gets popped. Matt slays him, and now forced to use the Baksha's ult, but not gonna happen here as Super Marco slays him. It's a big trade, jungler for a roamer as the dance continues.
Look at Atoy right there. Atoy R, he's on the turret.
Again, for this one, there could be a diversion of attention because of that play from Atoy R, and he could be part of this lineup, by the way. Look at Chakmu.
Lord's very low. Kelra, the Filipino savage, stole it away. And there's no way for APBR to punish them. If anything, they're still clogging up the holes that the Ryota have left.
Just when Omega really, really needed it, who else comes up clutch? It is the Filipino savage.
And it was a skill shot. That's also what's interesting for Keller during that time. Now, Omega, since they have the Lord, all they need to do is to flow again the top lane. So this is what Ryota is doing. So because of that split pushes, he is actually the player that has the highest gold for this match. So APBR, they have the kit for the clearing of minion wave. They just need that one penalty zone from Flapdizi. Whoever target that they can have, because it's Super Marco or it's Brody as their a gold laner, so damage is not a problem for them.
Oh, what's going to be a problem here possibly is for APBR. This Lord on the bot side really becoming difficult to deal with. A lot of pokes coming in from Omega.
APBR is struggling to clear the wave. They took a few hits from not just Etomax, but also Kelra, and they're losing the range battle. Omega has vision, Omega has range. Near, mid, far. APBR struggling, folks. I don't think the 1.5k advantage here from Smart Omega tells the whole story.
That's true. This feels like such a difficult fight now for APBR. With Atoy R just dodging it on the sides.
He's just the bait, and the investment plan this time around for Omega is to have someone go for a play that will somehow split the attention of APBR.
Oh!
Precise kill.
There it is. I said it was possible, and they made it happen 11 minutes, 40 seconds in. Few goes, and now Flapdizi looking for one penalty zone into the Filipino Savage. He backs off. Flapdizi gonna get popped here. Etomax gets the kill, and now Omega, they're gonna lean hard on this advantage, but no, Super Marco takes out the Filipino Savage. Chakno goes as well. Bulletproof Marco. And Matt here rolling out. They were in there a little too long. Overcommitment from the barangay.
Stayed way too long. It was punished very harshly by APBR.
Indeed, overstayed for Omega, and at the same time, if ever Omega wants to go for a longer team fight, Super Marco has the win of nature, so it's very crucial for them, although they have the potential to actually win that team fight. But APBR, they're just ready, even for the flickers for both Ogwen and even Super Marco on that moment is really on point.
Super surprising. There's so much standing gold on the tower on the map right now for APBR to take. Those towers on mid, bot, and top. Omega's only ahead by about a few, but again, you can really feel the Novatrix right now, can you?
At this
right
point,
in front.
and everywhere, basically. It's not about how much gold it is anymore. It's about how you can get to it. That's why that 1.5k, now just 800 gold, felt so massive. Because Omega, look at this, they're blitzing the Lord, and Omega are so confident. APBR can't even answer now. The Minoan Fury coming in, the big old taunt. They're gonna pop Flap easier.
Kelra's down.
At what cost? Kelra goes down. Lord still at a third of its health.
Oh, one's here.
And there's the Poissons coming in. Kaldizi not done with Matt. He says, stay here with a taunt. And Super Marco gonna go ahead, put his eyes on to this Lord. APBR want this. APBR need this. They secure it. All this while Ryota work in the long lane.
Okay, so the call now for APBR during that time is just force Omega to back away and for us to be able to get this turret at the middle lane. So it was a nice movement for them. Even Super Marco was a part of the team fight if ever Omega initiates. Now, the problem here for Omega is that, again, the information that Ryota is going to go for the split push has been already revealed. Hence, Super Marco and Ogwen is always there just to clear the minion that he wants to push.
All right, so yeah, we talked about all the standing goal right now. That's going to be up for grabs for APBR here. That might close the gap here a little bit. Flapteezy looking for a play. Kelra looking like he is the key. And APBR knows it. Taking half a Novatrix combo will definitely will down the long-range capabilities of Omega.
Ooh.
How will APBR do it?
Echo thrown out.
Ooh.
They got eyes on Few and Flapteezy. Lord marching up top. Oh, Ryota forced to respond. His team needs him. Smart Omega gonna lose their top lane inhibitor, but they will clear the Lord. They can breathe for now.
Yep, and APBR, they are forced to back away because, you know, for Smart Omega, there is an opportunity for them to go for another set of play because they have the Novatrix combo. And APBR at 2k gold lead. For Super Marco, though, I want to know his item later on. But yeah, for this one, for Kelra, first time Kelra was killed at the bottom lane, there was no Wind of Nature. This time around, we might see 1v1. Okay,
Here's
so
the
C
item.
Halbert. C Halbert for Super Marco. So since majority of the players of Omega is on the sustain side, hence the C Halbert. What's interesting for Smart Omega is no one actually built a possible immortality for them as early as now, because sometimes that's an investment plan just for you to be able to throw your buddy and then, okay, take me as a bait.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take the fall, and then we'll probably get something for it.
Yeah, at this point, I think for the barangay, immortalities are too expensive. Not like FWD life insurance, very affordable. But
Oh yeah, for sure.
they're turrets. They really need to make sure that they protect him even more, because Ryota's movements, they're not free, man. Ryota's movements, they cost something. Even if it looks like he's making bank, he's the only one making bank.
That's true. Right now, I think for Omega, yeah, they got to be more on the offensive side of things. Bank in all the shots that you can get from Itomax and Kelra. Try to will down the members of APBR before the match starts or before the fight starts, which right now could happen soon with the Lord coming up in 10 seconds here. What's the position going to be looking like? I think APBR now is super aware of where Ryota is.
Yeah.
They're hunting him down. They're looking for him. But it does cost them. Leo's right. It's costing them a lot as well.
Yeah, because every time Ryota is at the top lane, Ogwen and Super Marco is both at the top lane as well. So yeah, for APBR, they just really need to look forward from the entry point from Ryota, because he is the one that has damage and could actually secure a kill against Super Marco, which is, by the way, in a position that is somehow risky.
Ooh, Shockno playing footsie with Flapteezy. The dance has begun. Lord at neutral. Flapteezy and Matt going mano-a-mano. 2/3 of the health on the Lord still up. Look at Ryota. He's forcing you to respond.
That's a huge push here from
Wow.
Ryota. And him could go down. And does.
You got it.
What's he doing?
That's permanent damage on to the base of APBR. Just barely 1,000 gold ahead here as the Lord gets pulled over. Slightly advantaged for the barangay. Matt going for more. He wants to pull deeper.
It's as close gets here, ladies and gents. Map looks the same for both sides. Both inhibitors on top for both of them right now. Crucial. This pull is so crucial for Matt.
Yep.
APBR having a hard time positioning.
Oh no, Ryota managing that long lane so well.
They're forcing a reset. Okay.
He got it.
That's a reset right now, and of course a push from APBR here, Chaknu.
Ogwen here blasted, forced to use the Holy Healing and the Holy Baptism sooner than he expected. And just like that, we're back to square one.
Take note that Chaknu's flicker has been used. During that moment, Ryota... Okay, wait. Later on.
Where's Kelra? Where's Etamax?
We'll talk about it in just a bit, because even Flapty's holding on to his penalty zone as the Lord here slightly favored for the barangay. Matt keeping his eyes on it, and it looks like they're going to have to change their priorities as Chaknu gets caught right in the middle of this scuffle. Super Marco puts some stacks on him. Ryota going to respond from the back. They pop Matt's immortality, and they're going to burst the rookie jungler. Super Marco gets a kill.
How that turns the table here.
Yup, very detrimental for Omega because it was actually Matt. So what's nice for APBR is they can actually force this Lord. Although we have Chaknu and the rest of the players of Omega.
Flapteezy looking for a big old taunt. Misses the mark. Ryota punching up Flapteezy. We've seen this rivalry. We've seen the hammer versus the fist for months on end now. And the Lord here, a fifth of its health left. Who's gonna take it? Astral Echo thrown out by the barangay captain as Kyle Easy presses the button. Retribution. Ryota gets taunted up. Is there enough stacks? Penalty zone keeping him down. Immortality pop. And the Brazers rat enough to put him in the ground.
Looks like it is game time here for APBR, maximizing Matt being down for that Lord day.
Yep, timing right on spot here as well for Kyle Tizzy on that Appraiser's Wrath just to secure that kill against Ryota. Very crucial for them because it was actually Ryota that is making their time hard because Ryota is just doing the split push. And yep, APBR is now at the 3.8k gold lead though.
Here we go. It might have been Ogwen this time. Popped by Kelra. That's a man down for APBR. They're going to have to keep themselves in check because the Lord is marching up top. Flapteezy and Kyle Tizzy puts up a great wall. APBR gets to walk away.
Yeah, and actually it might be worse for them. I don't know if they can capitalize on this Lord. There's no way for them to push until they take a fight here against Omega, and they're a man down.
Now, that's a good point, Rockhart, because for APBR, the problem for them is that since they have a roamer that is more on the support side, yep, there's no initiator, a heavy initiator. Flapteezy could be one, but it's difficult for them because, it's going to be difficult for Flapteezy because he's up against what? Chaknu and even Ryota that has high continuity in terms of crowd control.
Right. You just keep the ball rolling. You can keep the ball rolling. And Ogwen, yeah, one of the squishier supports you can ever pick in this game.
Yeah, it's so odd seeing how he engages because most of the time, like 2 out of 3 times, he's forced to react.
Yeah.
Because of the nature of Omega's lineup.
Omega, just playing as scrappy as they do. This is what they are. This is what we're known for.
That's why we're on the road to greatest games again, folks.
Exactly.
We're past the 20-minute mark, and it's not clear who's in the lead.
Last game was 28 minutes.
That's right.
So this might be a record-breaking because, again, we have 2 sustain. Earlier, it was just APBR that has sustain type of lineup. So Flapteezy now has another physical defense item.
Yeah.
Anti-Karas. So we might see him find Kelra on that penalty zone all for once. That's very crucial. I mean, they really need to find Kelra, maybe even Etomax.
Yeah, more Etomax, I think.
More Etomax,
because Kelra kind of puts himself in a position wherein he plays both bait and glass cannon.
Right, yep.
More Etomax. Etomax is so good at protecting himself. And mind you, he still has both Astral Recall and a Flicker.
Also has not died in this game yet.
No,
Exactly.
1-0-4. Since this is more of a range hero and it's really difficult for Flapteezy to find. So that's now the difference in terms of the fighters. We have Paquito and Flapteezy. So for APBR, since they have AOE crowd control, they want a team fight with Flapteezy in front. Now for Omega, he can go at the backside and assassinate a specific player from APBR's side.
All right, that's obviously that's a little bit easier said than done, but if they want to get ahead, that's exactly what they have to do. Right now, though, he's actually starting this quite early, and he's putting the Lord very, very low. I don't see any split push potential from APBR, so I don't know what they're pulling here.
Nope.
Yeah, so This is an interesting way to actually handle this objective right now.
It's weird. It's reverse psychology. The
Yeah.
team that can't split the map hard, the team that has very low, long lane defense, is the one that forces the Lord Blitz.
Huh.
And it's now catching Omega off guard. They're like, wait, why is Bren doing this? What is this?
Yeah, Super Marco as well. He's gonna show himself on bottom side. And look at this. Omega's hunting on the other side. They're like, they know what's up. They know something's wrong here.
I mean, these are the moments wherein Smart Omega will do something that is extraordinary, because sometimes you just really have to force. I mean, all the other games for both, they leave their junglers on this heavy Lord Dance, and they go for that extraordinary play.
Speaking of Lord Dance, we're about to hit the crescendo. Lord here at a fifth of its health. And Matt and Kyle Teasy, their fingers on the retribution button. It's got to come close. I'm not so sure if a reset is even in our midst here, because both of them look like they're committed. Both teams now to a tenth of its health. Dear Lord, Matt goes in, says it's time to roll out. Penalty zone coming in, and they blast him. Matt, for the love of God, still gets the Lord. How? Why? And now Chakno pays the price. I'd say it's worth it. They pop left his immortality. Ryota's pushed down bottom lane.
Pretty much so. What do you expect? What do you expect from a clash between the Hive and the Barangay? Exactly what it is. Matt, the first objective he gets this whole series.
And we've mentioned earlier that for Matt, these are the games we're in. On the most crucial parts, he gets that objective. This is the perfect example out of the 28-minute game, and then this 24-minute game. Now the first retribution secure on this Lord. So Omega has to capitalize on this. They were able to secure 2 inhibitor turrets. So it's some more of them on how they will flow their minion wave the middle lane. So the pressure, okay, so bottom lane is a bit too early for them. So Kit, in terms of clearing of minion wave, AP Bren can clear this one because they have Super Marco on that torn apart memory.
What? I'm still not over it.
Yeah.
With that
Me too.
retribution steal, it was a 4v5 effectively. Ryota was pushing down bottom. Matt of Smart Omega fit a Peterbilt truck into a one-story bungalow, and now Hogwin. They're inside the base. This is an evolved Lord. This hurts.
It's gonna hurt. It is a 4v5 though. Pretty far away.
They pop the immortality onto Kyle Teasy. AP Bren defending for their lives. In comes Trap Teasy and Few. The penalty zone spent in already. Few with a mid-on fury, but Kelra takes him down. Point blank. It's a 4v5 attack onto AP Bren's base, and they're holding on for dear life. They do take down the Lord, but they are a man down. Oh, the Barangay smell blood.
Yep, that's gonna be a 4v5 now in favor of the Barangay, looking for their win.
Oh, inside the base, Chaknu comes in with a Minoan Fury. Oh, the winner truncheon from Kyle Teasy. Watch the base, folks. Watch the base. Ryota coming in with a full combo. And there's a torn apart memory. Ryota lives with but 1 HP. And they're still here. Bombed away from the Filipino Savage. Immortality purchase here by the new general. AP Bren holding on for dear life. They're still in it.
30 seconds remaining for Few, and the wave is coming in. It's crashing into the base. Kalti, he's low. Oh, Matty boy.
Top and bottom, bottom and top. Matt's still alive. Popped his immortality. Ogwin here, a third of his health. Super Marco attacking the minions, clearing the waves the old-fashioned way. The Hive, the Bees, they hold on.
What a nice defense by AP Bren during that time. And we saw actually Ogwen to build Blood Wings. So high power, high magic power means higher heal. And at the same time, even the first kill for the Rafaela could potentially clear minion wave. So right now, every resource that AP Bren could hold on to, they need on this game. So this is an even ball game. Again, we have another Lord. So that team fight, or that sequence, was after a previous Lord team fight. We have another Lord team fight. This is, again, going to be a long one.
This is going to be harder for AP Bren though, because all their inhibs are down. So the minions are going to push in harder, and Omega knows it. They're blitzing it.
TZ goes in, penalty zone, taken out just as quickly. Astral Echo helping all of this out. And now Ryota gonna help take down Few, popping his immortality. Here comes Ogwin. The big old bonk appraiser draft from Kyle TZ. Few goes down. It's a 3v5 as the Barangay assert dominance in the pit.
A bit too early though on that penalty zone from Flap TZ. So even Few was forced to back him up because this is going to be a very crucial Lord for them. 50 seconds, 60 seconds. Ooh, I mean, it's hard for AP Bren to defend this one. Omega has the minion wave at the bottom lane.
Hard is an understatement.
Oh yeah, boy.
It's nigh impossible.
It's almost impossible here right now. To be honest, 45 seconds on flat. I don't think he's even gonna make it. And Omega, they're like shark in the water. They smell the chum. It's churning in, and they're working their way towards AP Brand base.
Oh, like Walter Kovacs put up on his sign, the end is nigh. And the Lord marches in. Owen gets popped, and now the Barangay stand tall. Game number 2 goes their way. We're going all the way.
This winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Man, look at this. They're on fire. Barangay members all around. They're calling people names. They're mad.
They're mad. I mean, speaking of they're mad, Matt also was mad.
What?
Mad.
Dude, Matt's just...
Mad. Out of all the retributions that you can pull off in a game, you only needed one. Just one. Out of the 28-minute and then 23-minute, just one.
Matt made water out of wine. Matt helped Naruto become Hokage. Matt just anything that's impossible in this world that we live in.
It's right there.
And during that moment, there are a lot of players from AP Bren that zone him out.
It was
so
a 4v5.
Yeah, I don't even know how was
4v5.
he able to pull that off.
Clutch. That was clutch.
I think he wants things complicated.
I'm sure. We'll get
Everyone,
there.
anyone.
Purchase the weekly Diamond Pass in-game and enjoy a diamond rebate of 455%, guys. Claim 100 diamonds on the first day of your purchase and then another 120 for the next 6 days. Just log in.
Don't worry about missing out on the rewards. You can log into the game every day and Layla's savings box will automatically save them for you.
And aside from that, the item rewards worth over 200 diamonds are waiting for you too. The offer is just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
Just get your diamonds.
Okay, real quick. This is 28 minutes as well, right?
Yeah.
28:10, the exact number?
Yeah.
I don't know what game 1 was like, but yo, this is the Empire Strikes Back to game 1's A New Hope. I'm loving it. This is a trilogy. Lock it.
I don't know how to... Never mind.
Yeah, we're going to keep doing that. But yeah, for the meantime, looks really good for Omega. Gritty AF. Bring it down, Shenta.
Indeed, that is great for them as they want to stretch this game. So Smart Omega, we've mentioned decision making and even assessing what's good for them, and that was on point for Smart Omega during that game number 2. And they know the potential of their lineup, hence they forced for a team fight. And all I gotta say that our most consistent player for that game is also our MVP, apart from Ariana, of course, is Kelra on that Matrix play. 624 KDA, 100% by the way team fight participation. So consistency is an understatement during that game. So early to mid, he went in for that damage. Actually, it was a bit too late for him to build that Wind of Nature, but it all boils down to his confidence that he is using a Matrix and he has a synergy combo with Etomax on the Novatrix combo. So look at the highlights. It all started with Smart Omega being aggressive. We saw the potential of AP Brent. Again, this was a battle of attrition for both. There are moments wherein AP Brand was on the lead and then Omega takes that lead and then the game is neutral. So somehow for Smart Omega, what's very crucial for them and was they benefit the most was the split pushes from Ryota. So it was around 9-minute game time, First Lord. Yes, AP Brand was forced to, AP Brand majority of the time secures that Lord. But since Ryota is always on the side, the other player that was meant to set up a play for AP Brand wasn't really that available for the team. So Flap TZ is forced to, okay, I see Ryota at the other lane, so I'll clear first the minion wave, and then for AP Brand, it's a matter of decision making. It was a penalty zone here for Flap TZ, but look at the defense, by the way, from AP Brand. This moment, it was so close for Omega to destroy the turret here at the bottom lane. So again, this is just high-level MLBB for both Omega and AP Brand. Could have been anyone's game. Super Marco had that double kill, but yeah, around the 13-minute game time, the setup play from Flap TZ. This moment, it was a nice setup for APBR. But if you're considering the damage per second that APBR has, they are lacking on that part because it was Few and Super Marco on the other lane. So 18-minute game time. It was again all about the retribution. If I remember it correctly, it was around 22 minutes or 24 minutes. Yep, 24 minutes for that retribution from Matt. So around this moment, it was just a Smart Omega forcing casualties against APBR just to limit. Okay, 23 minutes. So there was a penalty zone against Matt. Okay, interesting because Matt was very far from that Lord Pit but was able to secure. Smart Omega right on spot, 28-minute game time, went for that base lock and was very effective. So looking at the kill map for Kelra, so 3 minutes is early versus your enemy on the lane. So this is against a Brody, and then again we've mentioned the double laning for Kelra and even for Super Marco by the win of that game. So it was just really effective for them. So the capitalization or the conversion rather of Kelra's farm was really on point for Smart Omega, hence the high damage per second that the team has. Now, if we look at the composure of APBR somehow, or the team composition rather. Okay, we have heroes for the early game. So we have Rafael and even the Brody. So this is meant to go for a fast clearing type of rotation with the Fredrin. So it has been negated somehow with Etomax hero on the Novaria. So again, Etomax is a different type of beast when he uses this Novaria. So probably it could be somehow changed by APBR in terms of their drafting. So 85k gold versus 79k for both teams. It all matters at the latter part of the game because for Smart Omega, DPS versus turret is very high, so they could go for a one-way push. So that moment, APBR was ready for the defense, but then again, it was hard for them to find Kelra or even Etomax or any other hero that is easy to kill for that last one push from Smart Omega. Now, damage to turret, again, DPS, because Smart Omega, they have Kelra who is at 100%. And look at the hero damage from Etomax, very consistent. If I'm not mistaken, there was a part wherein he is around 104 during that game, and even for Matt, damage taken. I believe for Smart Omega, they have already perfected wherein Matt is the one in front and is the bait, but the rest of the players are moving fluidly on all other sides of the lane. So for APBR, one thing that they could pinpoint, game number 3 is, are we forcing a kill against Matt, or are we forcing a kill against Ryota? But it all depends on what Ryota is going to use for that game or for the next game, because it was Paquito, the second game, it was a different hero for the first game. So it all depends. Again, the strategy of Omega will always depend on what the heroes are for Ryota. So that is my analysis. What do you think, guys?
I would say Ryota, he played way more than I thought he could play on the Paquito. I said earlier, yeah, where's Ryota? But he showed up.
Overloaded, APBR.
Oh, Echo secures top seed.
Another.
There it is. We have new breaking news here. That's cool. So all it took was one loss, and Omega gave it to APBR. So that's Echo, who will be 100% securing the #1 seed.
So now we can imagine all the Orcas saying, "Thank you, Barangay." Thanks.
Because
You know the meme. You know the meme.
Barangay, now my new best friend.
Right there. Yeah.
So there are other besties fighting for the second spot, even APBR for this game. So again, every game matters, or every way you win actually matters.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting the way you think about it. Because now, what's more of what does that mean for APBR though right now? They know that they are going to be on the #2. So what does that do to your mindset for the coming games?
I think they attack it one game at a time. I think that would be the best bit of advice, regardless of how useless it is coming from me towards Coach Ren and Coach Ducky. I mean, attack it one game at a time, right? Look back at what happened here at game 2, and just stop Ryota from doing what he did. Like that was too much. I mean, yes, our MVP was Kelra, but what allowed for that to happen was what Ryota was doing for the better part of, 10 minutes? No, the whole game, that's what he was doing.
I mean, we've been talking about the tendencies for Smart Omega's strategy to have Ryota be overloaded with Paquito. So sometimes he's the one that does the split push and is expected to find someone at the back. So if it works, then it works. But if I were Ryota, it will be a bit hard for him.
I mean, this really is, these are things that, the stats can't show. The stats can't show that Ryota was getting the attention of APBR over and over again while all these Lord dances were happening. And because of that, Omega had the best chance to take that, even on the one that Matt stole.
Yep.
Right? even with Matt's huge steal on the last Lord. It was just amazing.
That's gotta have some, at least, mental effect, right? Whether good or bad, it's like, whoa, I can't believe Matt stole that, or Matt stole that from us, man. That was a 4v5. That was ours. So
Probably since a majority of the objectives was taken by APBR, so maybe they relaxed a bit during that moment that, okay, we're gonna get this, just force another team fight, and then Matt was there.
Yeah, they got complacent.
Yeah. That's the thing. So, again, it's not as if APBR was reacting poorly. They were sending people to deal with Ryota. But again, it was something that even if you're okay, fine, you know what's happening, what's the rest of your team looking like?
Okay, something tells me now that we're pointing out specific reasons as to how we got here, how we got to Game 3, I'd say maybe we also have to consider the draft, right? You mentioned this in the analysis earlier. The Rafaela just wasn't working out for Ogwin as much, for APBR, right? They were very reactive. The whole Nova Tricks combo would take him out like 2 out of 3 times, every single time it happened. If not, it would be an immortality pop.
That's
so
true.
maybe put a better roamer onto Ogwin.
You know what? Whenever there's a Nova Tricks out, I just keep thinking in my head, man, what if Lolita was here? You know, I just reflected back to the
We
cast.
all miss Lolita.
That would be so cool. Maybe someday.
She's legal for use, by the way.
She's legal for use. Yeah.
She's just, I don't know, the meta's weird.
I was actually expecting Lolita to be one of the heroes that are for contention after she was available for pick. But maybe the teams are not prepared for her.
Imagine you're going for a precise kill. Yeah, not really. It's you. That would be so fun.
Wait, I mean, Valentina, I am you, but yeah, with the Lolita, never mind.
Why are you hitting yourself?
It's you.
Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? So
Come on, don't be shy.
maybe someday we'll get there. But for now, obviously, the metas are working for both these teams. They make very interesting matches. So I would not be surprised if we expect less Lolita, maybe for M5. I don't know. Maybe.
Or maybe playoffs. Maybe.
28-minute matches.
28-minute matches, bro. For whatever is the case, the healing meta definitely is here to stay, at least for now, until something happens.
Healing and crowd control?
It's the second coming of the healing meta.
Yeah.
All right, the reborn.
No, you know what? To be fair, the first time it was here and the first time it was, hitting us like a full-on epidemic was almost solely because of Blacks International. Right now, Moontan is like everyone.
Everyone.
Is a good
healing for every. Oh dear Lord.
Oh my God, there it is.
Healing for
it was right there in front of our faces. We just didn't recognize it. They were saying it over and over again. Right, so, Rafaela, thank you so much. Let's go throw it over to our insider. Let's see what's happening behind the scenes here.
Maraming salamat, casters, and we are here once again dito mismo sa MPL Arena. Kasama natin ang audience, and it looks like sobrang dami nating mga manlalaro. They're actually a team na nanggaling sa Zambales. Once again, audience, please give a warm round of applause para sa I Do Not Pegasus. So there we have it. Major applause, and together with me here, of course, is si Miss Mai. So Miss Mai, parang ang layo ng Zambales dito. What makes you want to go to MPL? Of course, watch here in MPL Arena para ma-witness ba yung mga players? What does it feel like for you?
Siyempre excited kami kasi first time namin here. Tapos gusto-gusto talaga namin makita. At saka parang ano lang to ano ba tawag dito? parang ano, kasi nga mag-M5 pa kami.
Alright. Manonood din po kayo ng M5. Which sounds super cool. Lalo na guys, so palapit na ako. Kaya I don't know if the tickets are already available. Pero I'm sure na yung sa MPL Playoffs ay nandyan na rin. So take a look at /event.com para ma-witness nyo yung iba sa mga tickets. Alright, so pero dito, madam, sinong sinusuportahan nyo? Are you going for APBR or are you supporting Smart Omega?
Brent.
APBR. So, mga Hive ang members, which is why they're also positioned here. So, this time, madam, we're also gonna be asking some of the players kasi gaya ng nakita natin kanina, we have the Infinix All-Star na kung kamakailan lang ay na-post sa MPL Philippines. So, you have to pick your 5 roles or yung 5 players nyo based on their roles na karapat-dapat na mapunta doon sa sitwasyon na yon. So, players, are you ready? Gets na? Okay, ready na. Kayo muna, madam. In terms of, siguro, isa sa mga players na nakikita nyo, kahit hindi sa Smart Omega or sa APBR, sino ba yung feel mo na isa sa mga manlalaro na deserve mapunta doon sa Infinix All-Star?
Sino ba?
Sige, I'll give you some. Gusto mo ask tayo ng help from your players? Alright, sounds good. Okay, game na. Okay, ilan kayo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, we have it. Okay, pagdating sa jungle, kahit tigisa na kayo hindi nyo na need mag-explain. Pagdating sa jungle role ba, sino sa tingin nyo yung deserve mapunta sa Infinix All-Star? Ikaw muna.
Para sa akin sa mid lane si Sanji.
Okay, o sige, mid lane muna tayo, mid lane. Si Sanji. Okay, mid lane mo, sinong mid lane mo na deserve mapunta doon?
Sanji po.
Sanji din. Okay, on the other side, mid lane?
Ano po? Yue po.
Alright, Yue. So we have 2 Sanjis, 1 Yue. Next up?
Sanji po.
Sanji din.
Yes.
Okay, and last but not the least, sa bandang likuran?
Si Sanji din po.
Alright, so we have 4 Sanjis and 1 Yue. Mind you guys, we have a bunch of things left in store for you. So, Infinix All-Stars, abangan nyo yan in just a bit. Again, maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Kung sino man gusto nyo iboto in terms of mid lane or any other role out there, keep watching out because I Do Not Pegasus is also here with us watching. Kaya naman, much are inspired. And I can't wait to see kung ano mangyayari sa game number 3. Casters, panat nyo na to.
We got some fans here, obviously, and they're already advancing their tickets to M5, man. That's very advanced. I love it.
I would.
If I give an opportunity, I would, definitely.
Yeah. But not before I do my playoffs.
Oh.
I buy playoffs tickets first. By the way, prices are up there. They're very affordable.
There's some that actually wants to go to both but are preparing for the playoffs but doesn't have an idea yet. Everyone is excited for M5.
A lot of people are asking us about M5 tickets already.
Yup.
So.
Even after MPL Season 11, everyone is asking, where's going to be the M5 venue?
Where is it? Come on, so let's go ahead and load up into the draft here. And I gotta say, I feel like we are gonna see a very classic game again. And looking at the players, man, they look really hot right now.
Yep. Again, APBR still gunning for the upper bracket, and Smart Omega fighting for dear life to stay in the playoffs.
And as early as now, we could see a back shot this time around for Omega, which was also the hero earlier. So later on, we will see the previous draft for both. Difference right now for APBR, they opened the Novaria game number 1. Game number 2 rather. Yeah. So this time it's gonna be back. Okay, Iksha.
Look at the adjustment. They don't ban out the Iksha, but they pick it up. I like it. This is good.
I'm not sure if I remember a time where Super Marco used an Iksha.
Might be the first in Season 12.
We'll confirm later on. But yeah, for Smart Omega, since Iksha has been picked, probably for APBR, they will ban out some more gold laners, but Kelra has a lot. So Paquito could be one still for them, and even a Minotaur actually, if it was effective for them earlier.
Yeah, I
just
concur.
For the safer route. Yeah,
I concur. I think Pac Minotaur here would be good. Well, how about it?
Well, they gave me an idea, game number 2. If it was effective for them, they don't really have to change it.
They don't have to worry about it.
Oh, although What if Diggy third pick for AP Bren
Because
instead of Rafaela?
Smart Omega might ban it out.
Okay, Martis.
All right, the Martis. It was
Martis.
earlier a Fredrin. Oh,
All right.
wow. Really? Has Fredrin really fallen off that hard?
I mean, it kind of worked earlier. You saw how well that they were fighting off with the what do you call that? I think the energy eruption was very useful in a lot of the scenarios, and we also harped on how useful it was. I think Midnight also harped on how you can't retreat inside an energy eruption taunt.
Right.
So that I guess it's useful, but so far teams have been known to kite it. They've been able to kite it eventually, and it's been working out. In that last game, it did.
Yeah, and also for AP Bren, maybe they're changing things up since Martis is known for a hero that is for the snowball.
Yep.
So they want early aggression. Yeah, early to mid. Almost the same though, but a 1 point difference is huge. I heard a Diggy.
Yeah, they banned it out.
Okay, they banned it. I was
Because
excited to see Diggy.
If
play.
the Diggy was left open, the Diggy would be picked up by AP Bren after the swing back. I think they were just afraid to commit to the Diggy too soon. That's why they picked the Martis first.
Yeah, so right now we are seeing the absolute. This is basically what do you call that? A glass cannon lineup so far for AP Bren. And
Yep.
I'm loving it because that's exactly what I like to see. What I didn't like to see, I have to agree with you with Ogwen's choice there with the
Oh, the
Rafaela.
Rafaela, yeah.
It doesn't suit him, does it? I mean, I love healers, but Ogwen plays in a very specific way. That's what makes him scary.
It doesn't enable his best traits.
Yeah.
It doesn't make Ogwen play like Ogwen.
With the Diggy before, we saw him do flickers plus
Whoa.
flicker just for the zone, right? So more an aggressive type of heroes is expected of Ogwen for this match. So next ban for Smart Omega. Actually, Cho is, but yeah, it's gonna be a Grok for the team. So now that we have Martis, you also have a gold lane. Probable hero. There is the still. Oh, Yuzhong. Yuzhong is still open for Flop TZ.
I kind of like the Yuzhong. Like, maybe that's one specific way AP Bren's gonna attack this draft. They're not even gonna care about Ryota split pushing anymore. They're just gonna win team fights and then go from there.
It's either Yuzhong or Benedetta actually. It's good for AP Bren's lineup. Just to have to have Flop TZ be part of the team fight as early as possible.
It's dangerous to pick the Benedetta here though, because who's he gonna hunt down for?
You know what? That's true. At the same time, it's so swaggy the Ducati skin. I can't stop playing it. So, so
That is the saddest hole I've ever heard.
that's a nice O. Yeah, I can feel that O all the way from here.
For the Rafaela and the
I know what you mean.
and the
Sleep well, sir.
Sleep well, sir.
Kind
Good
sir.
Turude.
What?
It's Indonesian for sleep.
Oh wow,
Go to
thank
sleep.
you.
Turude.
Turude.
Sleep. Sleep, child.
So
Turude.
we cannot turu any time there.
No, not here, not now.
No,
You're
not
not
then.
gonna want to miss this.
Yeah, you can't sleep on this,
Well,
especially with everything happening right now.
For that young gentleman.
Yes.
He's missing out. Wake him up. Somebody wake him up, please.
Okay,
Now we
Claude and Lilia. I forgot if Lilia was bad.
Nope, Lilia's open, fam.
They could go for Lilia, but yeah, it's gonna be. Oh wow!
We miss you. Where have you been? It's been a while. My
The board
good
is back,
sir.
back on station.
I never would have expected that, to be honest.
I kind of like it.
I like it though. I always say I like it.
They have ways to protect it. They have ways to move around the battlefield with him. But yes, Lilia is not on the board. But what AP Bren needs now is a solid XP laner. And maybe right now the meta that looks okay.
It does.
Yeah,
it really does.
with the
Let's
board.
do it.
A Benedetta
And the Claude.
Yes.
versus. Yeah.
Of course, the board suffers the same problems that you would encounter if you are an Iksha. You know, you can't move. You can't move well. So the bit that can play around up, nope, it's gonna be the Uranus.
No, they're leaning hard into the whole. Yeah, this is the 4v1. Like, you know what? You're gonna live there. Fine, be that way.
I would not have minded the Yuzhong here, but yeah, Flap.
Neither.
There's a good case for him picking up Uranus. This lineup is too squishy. Like you might lose out on some team fights.
Yup, and with the Uranus, a bit lacking on the crowd control here.
Yep. Oh, on interaction.
Oh yeah, and yeah, looking at the sustain, there is of course for APBR the isolation 2.8. It's a bit difficult. It means that for Super Marco, everything has to be on point.
That's right.
This is that's so clutch, right?
And even Kyle Teasy's rotation, all retribution has to be on point.
Picking up last cannon lineups like this, they come at a price, a very hefty price in this situation where everything has to go according to plan, or else this lineup's gonna fall.
Now also with this lineup, one critical or one key player who has the vital role for this game is Few, because he has the ability to give that crowd control for the team. Minowan Siri or any other for the cover. I thought that the players are shouting at each other.
I was actually, what was that? What was that? Well, no, it was the fans.
Folks,
it was the fans.
I'm
They're
sure
angry.
it's not just us who hear it, right? You've got to be hearing this too. Just exactly how intense it is in the shooting gallery for day 1 of week 6.
A lot of mobilities again in terms of emblem. So sustain, and there is damage this time around for Ogwen. So we saw earlier that they also went in for the Demon Wings. So a higher healing as a passive. So this is a fast. Okay, so still leg
healing.
plates.
I like that.
Leg plates already for Kelra. New jeans.
Pair of pants.
Pair of pants.
All right.
It's metal G.
He's going to need that. Again, you also have Kyle Teasy that deals physical damage. So yeah, if he finds you all of a sudden, out of nowhere, out of position, well, how could we have missed out on this? I did not expect that Uranus would be Flappy's #1 pick hero.
That's true.
I thought it was the
Yuzhong.
other.
The
I thought
Yuzhong
it
was
was
the Benedetta.
Yuzhong, yep.
Yeah.
And even Barats, I won't be surprised because he uses that before. So yeah, I mean, a slow start for both. Again, it is more of objective taking. This is the last game, and you want those resources to be available prior this turtle team fight.
Honestly, I think
already spawned.
the most Uranus picks that was probably from season 7, where everyone played Uranus and Esme, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's where the number came from.
He stacked it up.
He stacked it.
Oh, up top, Kelra and Super Marco. Looking close, the full barrage pulled over, but now eyes on this turtle here. Less than half health. Chaknu spacing out Kyle Teasy. 3/4 of his health now. The damage from Entomax is real. Coming in with the Mortal Coil.
Woo!
The El Capitan scores it. They pull first blood onto Kyle Teasy, scored by Ryota. They're looking for damage, not enough. You here about to get popped. Double kill from Atoy R. And there is a revenge kill onto Entomax though. 2 for 1, but Omega walks away with the turtle.
Omega walking tall, walking hard, and knowing their advantages in this matchup results to them being just a real boss here in this team fight.
Speaking of boss, Riona is doing great this time around. So we could see difference in terms of rotation. Earlier, he does the split push. This time around, he's part of the team fight. One thing is because the turtle actually spawned on that lane. So a huge lead, by the way, for our marksman. So level 5, almost level 6 for Kelra, and Super Marco is stuck at 1.9k gold at around level 5. So laning is pretty consistent for Kelra, but Super Marco, he just needs that backup from the other players.
Yeah, looks really like pretty much what you would expect from Omega whenever it comes to crunch time.
Yep.
You know, they get to this mode and they get really scary, especially in the early game. You know that saying, you know, they come late game, they're scary with the Omega timers. So no, this is a bit of a different Omega. At the same time, very
Surprise
familiar.
them with an early play.
Yeah, surprise them with an early play. Take that early game. And those are usually things that, 2 words that don't come together.
Whoa.
Early game and Omega.
Right, because we know them as they are notorious for the long games.
Yeah, the comebacks.
And with them being as aggressive as this, APBR should be prepared.
Yep, and APBR's lineup isn't well equipped to play into the late game. If they do make it into the late game, they have to play very, very specifically. And this is a page out of, I dare say, RSGPH's book.
Oh, yeah.
RSGPH in season
Good
12,
point.
they used to draft like this.
Yep.
They play very glass cannon, and they somehow make it work. I don't know if APBR is set to do that right now, especially in Game 3 against Smart Omega.
Wow.
Now, Turtle dance already set up. Ryota punching Kyle TZ down to half his health. Forced to back away, forced to go get his purple instead as the barangay bursts down. The Turtle, they're going to score big on this one. Second, going over to them as well.
Very consistent zoning by Smart Omega.
Now it's them who's taking the initiative here and making the invades happen. And again, this is actually something you can feel during the draft. Like, it's going to happen no matter what.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Mr. Gush.
And what's really nice right now for Smart Omega is it's as if they're playing individually and they meet up at a specific place and then they gang up against AP Bren. So now AP Bren, what they need to do this time around is to regroup because they have to lessen that gap in terms of level. Yeah, level 8 Kelra Supermarket's at level 7. But the Omega's just continuously rotating against them.
They need XP, fam.
Yep.
Yeah, they
They
need
need
that
golden
XP,
XP
boy.
fam.
Oh.
Look at this. They're so happy to just cut these people out from defending their turret. What happened there?
Ryota spots few 1v1 kill. All the time Omega looking for that push and they get it.
That was a drive-by, man. Literally walked past them. So,
What, just driving by, punch him in the face?
man, it looked like it. We didn't see.
We did not. We just saw the notification. Folks, what's Omega on here? Game 3.
0.3K gold lead at 6 minutes.
High damage already for Ryota. Oh, wait. Woo! I was about to explain something, but yeah.
Nope.
Not this time.
Not even a moment to use the flicker. Ogwin.
And look at Ryota. He's functioning this time around as how he did game number 2.
He loaded his save file.
Save, yeah.
It's the
Save
same
file.
game.
Let's load it up.
Game
Let's play.
2 file.
Yeah, you know what? It didn't work out there. Maybe this time around it'll be more apparent that I am the split push. I'm the general.
Yo, if the kids out there watching now knows, he brought his memory card over to his friend's house and they started playing the same game.
Yeah, back then you could do that. Now everything's on the cloud, you know? So, yeah, back then you had to bring it. And definitely Omega with Ryota bringing it in.
See, defensive flicker from Ogwin. And now AP Bren looking for a re-engage. They couldn't find it. This whole time, Matt was going 1v1 against a turtle. All three, folks, all three. Scored by the barangay.
And even the turtle take, AP Bren didn't have time to have that contest potential for them. And even Ryota is on a lead in terms of experience as compared to Kyle Atizi. And this is the Martis we're talking about. Martis is supposed to go for a snowball play. So they need to invest everything on a supermarket at this moment for them to be able to pull off a comeback. Or to, I mean, it's not really as if Omega is on the lead, but they are.
Oh, look at this. They're bullying Kyle TZ out his jungle. It's a miracle that Kyle got his purple. And now, Matt gets caught by a holy baptism. Ryota answers back. The puissance from Matt. Mystic Gush from Etomax. Not dealing much damage underneath tier 2 and mid.
AP Bren can't even go up front to defend their turret. That's how massive.
Whoa! Kelra coming in blazing to win against 2. Super Marco forced to use the flicker, the full barrage. The answer back. Pushing away. Smart Omega.
Yeah, the pews got weaker there because the hits just weren't making it in.
Doesn't have any items either.
No items, man.
And even AP Bren right in front, Etomax was just standing at the middle lane. No one's able to go up front. So Etomax is just playing this gourd as if it's a Lilia. Every time there is a Mystic Gush.
Just throw it out there, yeah?
Just throw it out there.
No. I mean, Etomax is a problem in himself, right? But Ryota did the same thing. Ryota's third tier, third deep. And now, looking for the flank. Matt here, pops the puissance, holding it strong. Throwing out the Mystic projectile. No one home with the stun. Smart Omega, they may be overstaying their welcome here.
Yeah, but from the looks of it, AP Bren's also imploding. They can't really do anything except react to everything Omega's doing.
Speaking of reaction, you know what? The Ogun is still at level 8. So regardless if AP Bren has the sustain, I mean, the holy healing isn't enough.
Nope.
Not really.
They have to wait at around 12 minutes. 12, 13 minutes, as long as they won't commit any error.
At this point, maybe even, 5-6 minutes from now, the holy healing is like a band-aid to a bullet wound. That's easy. Forced to use a consecration. projectile stunning 2 into the back, and they want to buy much time for Matt and Etomax to score this Lord. Smart Omega in total control. Hell, even Purple Buff is in jeopardy. Where'd it go? Minoan Fury coming in from the Mamba. Full barrage from AP Brent. They clap back, shutting down Chaknu and Ryota. Big kills for the Hive as they push Smart Omega out of their jungle. First big win for them in this 10-minute game. Now Matt's in trouble. Look at Kelra coming in. Oh, he's coming in half cock. He's not ready. Down goes Matt. It's a big loss for Omega. 3 deaths all in a row.
Oh my goodness, that gold lead is gonna get whittled down so quickly here. Everyone's actually not ready to defend. Although no Lord to be taken here, so luckily for Omega. But man, oh man, AP Brent showed they can still fight.
It's Brenna that is actually able to secure a kill against Smart Omega, but Omega was able to get that Lord. Now, Brenna, it's a good thing since they got a kill. They could force a Lord defense, but Omega, the usual play for this is you let alone the Lord march at the bottom lane and then go for the split push. But since Omega is aware that AP Brent could defend this one right away, why not have the Lord in front of us and protect this Lord with all our might and try to execute some players of AP Brent?
Yeah, and now Omega, they realize, wait a second, guys, we can't really keep doing that. Their counter punch can really hit us. So, yeah, we can't really just muscle our way into this game.
Yep, and at 3K ahead, Smart Omega still in control. Obviously, you look at the map, it's blue, and AP Brent's gonna be down to their inhibitors. So right now, reality check. The only reason why that happened so quick, so soon, at just 10 minutes, is because Smart Omega overstayed their welcome.
That's true. So yeah, just not. I guess for Smart Omega, the answer is just don't do that. Whatever you did earlier, don't do that.
Be calm.
Let's not do that.
Let's keep our composure, guys.
What a very uncomplicated.
Okay, that was close. I mean, that Cyclone Eye could be an error.
We've seen that.
Cyclone Eyes have lost championships from big teams, if you know what I'm saying.
Very notorious.
Season 5.
Could have been a play for AP Brent.
ONIC versus Sunsparks.
Never forget.
All right, 45 seconds until the next Lord. Omega maintaining that 4K gold lead. And yeah, this is a pretty accurate win probability. I'd give this much to AP Brent.
Man, I love that win probably right there. AP Brent's still definitely in the game, but there's no denying that Omega just so dominant, especially with Keller on a very, very comfortable Claude pick here.
Speaking of dominance from Kelra, again with the itemization, almost close to a full item. That is, again, because of the 9.7K that he has. So as compared to the other players of AP Bren, it's a bit too far for the rest of the players. So now AP Bren, they could actually stretch this game for around 16 minutes. But by the time, all gold should come into Supermarket's hands. By the way, Supermarket is still at 003 in terms of KDA, and it's not expected for Flap TC to go for a split push. I mean, it was effective earlier if they were complete 5 on that initiation.
Yeah, for real. So right now, Matt's still coming into this one knowing that, you know what, we're still in the lead, right?
Yeah.
A little bit, we can just keep doing random stuff like this. And they do. They have maximum awareness of where the AP Brent members are.
Yep.
That means this Lord is going to be easy. Now, how do you pull off an offense like this for Omega? How's it going to start?
If you're Omega, what you can do is, again, take control of the map. Do exactly what you're doing now. Freeze the lanes up until Lord spawns so that everything is blue, and you're forcing AP Bren to respond on an isolated front. Like, split them up because AP Bren needs to be all 5 to be able to clap back.
Right, and speaking of AP Bren, also few needs that ultimate from Etomax. That's the only saving grace for them, actually, to have fast clearing of minion wave. But yeah, a lot of pressure right now for Omega. So Chaknu is delaying the minion at the mid for it to be able to be well-timed with the minion at the bottom lane. So nice minion wave flow for Omega right now.
Maybe half a second too late or too early, but bottom lane will definitely fall as Lord crashes on through it. Matt rolling around like a cop on patrol, making sure there are no mischievous miscreants all around as AP Bren does their darndest to clear this Lord. They will get their way and survive, but only for so long.
Yeah, we got some big minions coming up on here on the
Whoa.
front. Let's engage him. Look like here, Maddie. He's fishing for hills.
Oh, holy healing. And the baptism plus the big old barrage thrown out. But Etomax answers back with a straight line. It's full-on geometry here, 14 minutes in.
That's a good way to cancel that ultimate,
Yep.
right? Just throw on a Mystic Gush there.
Right to your face.
No more barrage.
External force. External force is needed.
That's an actual sound of a mystic gushing your face
Haha.
while
Yes.
you're getting hit by a barrage. My eyes.
Can concur.
Okay, so right now we can see again Omega continuing that pressure against AP Bren.
Look at Matt. He's rolling.
There's ultimate already for Etomax, by the way. Same goes with all the spells for the rest of the players.
Oh man, as if the gush to the barrage wasn't enough. When you throw out the holy baptism, you just get a projectile in the face.
Oh.
Like it's a straight 1-for-1. And what's crazy is Etomax skills, they're not even his ult.
That's right. So that I guess that's so easy for us to just kind of forget here. And that's the reason why the Gourd was so strong a few weeks back.
Oh, now flapped easy. Forcing the dash, cut right through that wall. Fuse stole away. IMU, the Minoan Fury. Flapped easy,
Burn
put
it.
up into the sky. Enough for Ryota to knock him out with the help of the gush. And that's a man down. AP Bren, 4v5. They're defending for their lives.
Feels like Omega can do no wrong here.
Yeah, pretty solid communication for both. I mean, for all synchronization skills is really on point for Smart Omega now. Just to find that the kill against Flap TZ. And right when the Lord started to push, Omega was just right here on this spot.
Yep.
Just for them to be able to secure that turret destroyed at both middle lane and even bottom lane.
It's becoming very hard for us to find what's that comeback potential. What's AP Brent got to do here to get some of this mojo back? Because right now they are being overpowered. What's the play here for the Bees?
Ooh, actually, it's hard to answer because even for Kaltizi's hero, it's somehow a leap of faith if he is able to use that second skill just to pass through that position from Omega and go for the Lord Steal.
Not gonna happen. It's just too dangerous. It's crazy because you're looking at AP Bren's lineup. They're down. They're at the 17-minute mark. And Kyle TG specifically, let's talk about him. His kit is win more. It's much better when you're ahead. So right now, yeah, at best, he's just trying to bait out skills, weave in and out through the walls with the Mortal Coil. I think the big difference is going to come from inside the base with Super Marco, a full barrage.
Super Marco and Few. I mean, the Mr. Gush ultimate,
Yes.
IMU from Few, and even the Holy Baptism from Rafaela. That was the other play that we saw earlier, but we'll see as the Lord will march in here at the middle lane.
It can all boil down to this, folks. 17 minutes, and we've got Lord in tow here, knocking on the door of AP Brand.
Well, that's an astronomical lead, man. 9K ahead. Here we go. Ryota coming in from the east. AP Brent holding on for dear life. They still have the full barrage in check. Locked and loaded. Ogwin here barely survives. Goes into the base. There's the Puissance. Watch the base. And there's the up the full barrage coming in from Super Marco. Ryota gets taken out. The Lord's still alive. Ladies and gentlemen, Barangay Omega takes the series.
And this winning moment is brought to you by FWD Life Insurance, our official sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, the crowd's going wild here. Full on Barangay going for a 2-1 against AP Brent.
And without performance, Smart Omega, they are ready to fight for their tournament lives. And this is against AP Bren, a team that is fighting for the top 2 seed. But right at the very last moment, Kelra, all he did was just, okay, eyes on the prize, I just need to go for the base lock. All I need is for that last bullet. And I believe during that time, he was killed, but that last bullet hit the base.
And that's what's scary. Throughout this whole game, I'm just talking about game 3 specifically, it seemed like AP Brand was dealing with so much, and Keller wasn't even doing all that much. He wasn't even crossing the river, wasn't even threatening 1v1 kills. Smart Omega's on something else, man.
He wasn't the Filipino savage, he was just a Filipino double kill or something.
He was just doing his job.
It was just a double. It's just so basic. That's what we're trying to say, right? He wasn't exerting as much effort as, let's say, remember the 1v5 1-1 thing?
Yep.
Not like that. So overall, it was pure composure here for Omega, and of course, big props to AP Brand. They are still going to be second place no matter what happens here today.
Okay, not the downplay what happened here, not to make it seem like APBR didn't know what they were doing. Yes, they still are in the running.
Yeah.
But yeah, Smart Omega, imagine they don't have to rely as hard on Kelra.
Yep.
That's a whole other beast you're dealing with.
Exactly.
They are individually shining in the game.
Now more than ever.
Now more than ever. Shine bright like a diamond. Yeah. But anyway, for Smart Omega players, yeah, they are shining individually. For Ryota, game number 2 play was very different from how he played Pakito on game number 3. Same goes with the other heroes of Chaknu and even Entomax. So I don't know now the formula of their poison, but it's still working and is effective.
So far, the former ONIC Philippines boys, internet here and abroad, really having some wins under their belt. That's really a sight to see. And I have to say that saying that for Matt, everyone's playing well with Matt, the new guy.
With Matt.
Bro.
Definitely a breakthrough performance and a game number 3.
Okay, you know what? Now that we're here and we are just pending the interview, besides the win, besides the big dub for Smart Omega, the points for them to stay into the playoffs, I'm just happy we get to hear from Matt again on the mic.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Great kid, by the way.
Good
Love
kid,
it.
good kid.
The way he
Sir Matt.
he stands, very, very confident guy.
I'm afraid for Big J. Last time he was given a microphone, he gave a good one. Big J was the butt of his joke. Now I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. we will definitely see here. Now, it's great to see Omega like this, not reliant on singular plays from Chaknu, just Killer going
Right.
ham. Right? And Itomax right now, definitely on fire. A huge. How can he do this? Like, a guy that every season just gets better. Bro.
And he's using Gord earlier, right in front of the majority of players of APBR. He's just right there. Okay, Mystic Gosh. And no one's trying to find him, or no one's trying to kill him right on an instant.
No one can.
No one can. Exactly. No one can reach him.
That's why Keller was never really in trouble, is because they were still dealing with Etomax, and that was a problem that had no solution. And then Keller just comes in. That's just icing on the cake.
Honestly, even for game 1, where they lost, or where Omega lost, right? I feel like, no. It looked like it could be that's why my mind keeps going back to what if Ogwen goes back on Kufras?
He didn't.
He didn't. He stuck
Alright.
with Rafaela. That's why, right? Your reflexes, bro. This guy's a genius. Give him heroes that can do the picks. Heroes that can catch players like Etomax off guard.
Let Adrenaline Rush find its way.
Yeah.
With Ogwen having to use those comfort heroes. Yeah, even Joe was a good option for them.
Akaj.
Akaj.
Yeah, because again, with Akaj, you can go pick off one at a time. Again, we were not here to cry over spilled milk or tell AP Brand how to play, but this game, specifically 2 and 3, were very un-AP Brand-like.
Yeah, just throw in a casual Kaj, why not? But no, they didn't. They stuck with the Rafaela. So that's maybe something that we can ask them for another day. But definitely, both teams definitely still sticking with the healing. Obviously, Minotaur great for sets, but healing as well. So there you go. Those are things that we have to think about coming into maybe the next few days.
This confuses me, man. I'm emotionally taxed more than I usually am. Because again, there's the ultimatum, right? If AP Bren locks the upper bracket, then they are definitely back.
Yeah,
Today,
for sure.
it did not look like they were all back.
They're still on the way. They're still on the way, right?
They're building.
But also we have to remember that it also depends with other games.
Yeah.
So it's not up to their hands anymore.
RSG and Blacklist can still make a claim, yeah?
Yeah, even Blacklist can make a claim.
And let's not forget that TNC also has their games.
They have a say too.
Yep.
They can
spoil
control.
things.
They can control things.
Yeah. We got some interesting things that we can talk about later on. But for the meantime, you know what? Who should talk? Let's throw it over to Omega. They should talk alongside Magra Aquino right there on the stage.
Asters, all right, everybody, let me hear it from you. One shot. One shot, Omega. You have another chance. Congratulations. Dahil ngayon, nasa 5th place na ang Barangay Omega with 17 points. Eto Max, ngayon nakangiti ka. Pero alam ko, before the series, before the game, lagi kang pagpasok dito, quiet ka, nakatingin ka sa sahig, you look stressed. So, ano ba ang pinagdadaanan ngayon ng Omega? Kasi kanina nagtatawanan kayo pagkatapos yung nanalo. So, how is the stress like right now?
Yung week before yung ngayong week, talaga yung preparation namin sobrang naging mahirap para sa lahat eh. Kasi halos lahat kami nagkasakit eh. So, kahit na may sakit, yung pahinga namin sobrang konti lang kasi pinipilit talaga namin na makuha yung practice na gusto namin para makapag-prepare kami this week. Kasi 3 laban eh. Yun, sobrang thankful kami na sa day 1 na nalo. Pero marami pa kaming kailangan ipanalo na games. So, hindi pa tapos.
Oo nga, actually, you have 2 more series. Isa sa RSG, and they performed amazing lately. Yung ONIC, they can be very unpredictable. So, sino sa kanila feeling mo you're gonna have a hard time? And what are you guys doing about it?
Lahat naman ng teams, feeling namin, mahihirapan kami kahit naman yung TNC. Kasi lahat talaga nagpe-prepare kasi gusto makapasok lahat sa M5 since dito gaganapin yung Worlds. And syempre, mas gusto mo i-represent yung bansa mo na nandito ka mismo naglalaro. Yan. Kaya lahat naman ng teams mahirap kalaban.
Tanungin ko nga, actually, nasan ba? Jack, ikaw naman. Ang tagal mo nang hindi nagsasalita. Galing daw kayo sa sakit. Tinan mo. Lahat sila nag-cheer para sa'yo. Kahit wala kang gawin, hawakan mo lang yung mic, ngumiti ka lang. Tinan mo, hawakan mo tapos ngumiti ka lang. Diba? Napapangiti mo sila. Yung guy doon sa likod, talagang tumatayo. Anong ginagawa mo ngayon para to make sure na tumatawa yung team? Kasi alam ko, stressed out kayo. Minsan kinakabahan kayo, pero pagtapos ng laban, yes, may triumph kayo. So anong trip mo ngayon? Anong ginagawa mo with the team to make sure you do the Chakni way? Pinapasmile mo sila?
Basta nanalo kami, masaya na kami. Ayun lang.
Ano yan, Job? May sinabi si Job. Ulitin mo. Ano sabi mo?
Nagdadasal na kami bago matulog.
And it's working dahil you live another day. And now it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear it from you. Sino? Si Eto Max, sino ba? Tingnan natin kung tama nga ba kayo. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Si Ryota! Ryota, alam mo kahit bago ka lang this season, pasok ka pa din sa Omega Timers, ang dami mo magandang ginagawa. What is it yung goal mo this season kung bakit, even though it's a new team, you're still doing amazing, doing everything para makapasok kayo sa playoffs and to make it for the M5?
Yung goal ko this season, syempre, makapasok kami yung playoffs, saka dapat araw-araw kang may matututunan sa paglalaro mo.
Inside scoop naman, bago kayo pumunta sa game na to today, kamusta yung buong team? And after this win, what are you gonna say to them?
Congrats sa atin. Patuloy lang kami sa ginagawa namin.
Bigyan mo naman sila ng shoutout, kaya na pa nila sinisigaw yung Omega.
Shoutout sa mga supporters ng Omega. Saka sa kila Sir Pat sa kay Sir Price. Shoutout po.
All right, everybody, let me hear it from you once again. One shot. Congratulations to Smart Omega. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Kahit anong mangyari talaga sa Barangay Omega, todo support pa din ang kanilang mga fans. Kaya dapat alam nyo, nandito kayo dahil iba ang pakiramdam pag nanonood kayo ng live. And Omega now at 5th place with 17 points, keeping their playoff streak alive. Balikan na natin ating mga casters. Pasok!
Yes. No matter, even if you don't acknowledge us, we are proud members of the Atoy Army. So shout out to the General Ryota. And I would have to say that this, what a very Omega's going through some things, right? They're starting to pray before sleeping.
They've gotten spiritual.
They've gotten spiritual.
And remember also there was a time that they did a shout out to their gym instructor.
Amazing. I don't know, maybe intermittent fasting will work better for them,
Right.
but we'll find out later. Break it down, Shanta.
So maybe this game, lifestyle is a factor for Smart Omega. But yeah, we saw them actually celebrated for that game, but it all boils down again to the execution of Smart Omega. One thing that I could say for the team is that they almost perfected the variations of Ryota. So Ryota actually plays somehow differently. And Ryota, by the way, is also our MVP for that game. For that game number 2, really on point on that Paquito play. Difference is that for Paquito on game number 2, it is a split pusher type of Paquito. Now for game number 3, it is a damage type split pusher all around type of Paquito for Ryota, which was very effective. So we saw him on that 67% participation, team fight participation rather, and even as well is on sprint, and it has the quantum charge and even that agility. So again for Omega, they somehow evolved into a team wherein they are able to assess which is the better fight for us, what is the better target for us. And for Smart Omega, that was the story for game number 2. Game number 3, they just went in, chose that Baksha, went for the burst Etomax hero, and they just played consistently and individually. So even at this moment, everyone was just prepared to back each other up. And at around 10-minute game time rather, it was around 4.1k goal lead, and this is very huge. This is very huge considering that the other jungler of the other team is Martis. So Martis is known to be a hero that is for the early game. So if you are somehow in a gap in terms of level and in terms of damage, item is compromised, and even objective taking is compromised. And it's not good if Martis is in that position. And even at that moment, Kero was just continuously dealing damage against the players of APBR. It was a Claude, but it's as if they don't need a late game or even a mid game to be able to have items for the Claude. Now, kill map for Ryota. So we saw a kill at around 2 minutes and 27. I believe this is not I believe. This is actually what happened. The 2 minute and 27 kill against Martis, against Kyle TZ, caused them to be delayed, caused the APBR to be delayed in terms of rotation. Again, it was a Martis, and because of that kill, everything just changed for APBR. It was difficult because there's no single target type of setup player or hero for APBR, which is, by the way, also crucial in terms of decision making. Now again, for Omega, we also have the sprint for Kelra, so they wanted damage, and at the same time they want Matt, Kelra, and Ryota to correlate in a way that as if there is a certain connection that whenever Etomax uses that first kill, there is a follow-up damage from the rest of the players of Omega. So 9 versus 1, 3 versus 0 in terms of tower, lord take, and even that turtle take says a lot about that game. And even for APBR, considering that they were able to secure 7 kills against Smart Omega, it will take them 10 more minutes to have Super Marco activated, which, by the way, Super Marco also played very well with a 005 KDA. But it comes to a point wherein what lineup is better in terms of team fight. And since Ryota was activated early part of the game, there was a 3-0 during that match. It was hard for Flap TZ to be part of the lineup, although Flap TZ is at 100% team fight participation. Now here damage, 249% versus 188k. 249k versus 188k. And damage to turret is very far. So again, APBR was just reacting during that game, and it was Omega setting up the tempo. And it was on point actually for Smart Omega because if I remember correctly, during our keys to victory, all they need to do is to set up the tempo of the game. So it depends for Smart Omega or even APBR if they want it fast or if they want it a bit slow. So for Smart Omega, during that last game, the other team or APBR wants early game, so we go for also early game. So it was effective for them, and they know the pros and cons. So that's my analysis. Rockhart and Leo, what do you think, guys?
Yeah, and I think they could have actually went either fast or ultra fast, just like
right.
Right? So maybe something to think about there if you're an Omega fan. Maybe you gotta play more like that. Right?
Kabarangay?
It's a big barangay. Think about how you played here and then just build up on that.
I think it's safe to say that the Barangay is not just about being a late game team. The matter of fact that you underestimate Smart Omega and say, you know what, they just want to get past 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's beat them that way. Changes things. So let's not think that way so that we can all have a great playoffs. Because again, that's how Smart Omega just suddenly, makes last on everybody.
Makes last on, bro. You gotta
gotta
don't
be
make last on. If you're especially now, we're heading into the playoffs, right? So everything's gonna be super duper crucial. And I hope you guys enjoyed that. We sure did, for sure. And we cannot wait to see what Omega does with their playoff run right now, or their run to make it to the playoffs. Because it really is just the first step of a very, very tall ladder that Omega has to go through.
Speaking of crucial, man, here's another matchup.
ONIC, bro.
Who'd have thought every single game today?
This is number 7 versus number 8 right now in the standings. Check it. It's real. ONIC is number 7 right now. MNNE and then Omega.
Holding on for dear life.
I don't know what to say anymore. Every game counts, literally.
Every single game.
If you win 3-0, I don't know anymore. Never mind.
Maybe we can talk about that more later on when